Hello, everybody, and we are back in Esther today. We're going to begin continuing through the Word of God, through the Catholic Bible. And, today I think the plan is to finish Esther. Now, Esther in the Catholic Bible has, I guess, a few extra passages that are from the Greek that are thrown in here. So Esther is a little bit longer in the Catholic Bible than in Protestant Bible. Also, we're going to be reading 1st and 2nd Maccabees. So that's the plan today. So a lot of Apocrypha today. But that's all good. So without further ado, let's begin. In the days of Ahasuerus, who reigned from India to Ethiopia over 127 provinces, when he sat on the throne of his kingdom, the city Susan was the capital of his kingdom. Now in the 3rd year of his reign he made a great feast for all the princes and for his servants, for the most mighty of the Persians and the nobles of the Medes and the governors of the provinces in his sight, that he might show the riches of the glory of his kingdom and the greatness and boasting of his power, for a long time, to wit, for 180 days. When the days of the feast were expired, he invited all the people that were found in Susan, from the greatest to the least, and commanded a feast to be made 7 days in the court of the garden and of the wood which was planted by the tree in the hand of the king. And there were hung up on every side sky-colored and green and violet hangings, fastened with cords of silk and of purple, which were put into rings of ivory and were held up with marble pillars. The beds also were of gold and silver, placed in order upon a floor paved with porphyry and white marble, which was embellished with painting of wonderful variety. And they that were invited drank in golden cups, and the meats were brought in divers vessels, one for another after another. Wine also in abundance, and of the best was presented, as was worthy of a king's magnificence. Neither was there any one to compel them to drink that were not willing. But as the king had appointed, who set over every table one of his nobles, that every man might take what he would. Also Vashti the queen made a feast for the women in the palace, where King Ahasuerus was used to dwell. Now on the 7th day, when the king was merry, and after very much drinking was well warmed with wine, he commanded Mauman, and Bazatha, and Harbona, and Bagatha, and Agatha, and Zethar, and Carcas, the 7 eunuchs that served in his presence, to bring in Queen Vashti before the king, with a crown set upon her head, to show her beauty to all the people and the princes, for she was exceedingly beautiful. But she refused, and would not come at the king's commandment, which he had signed to her by the eunuchs. Whereupon the king, being angry and inflamed with a very great fury, asked the wise men, who, according to the custom of the kings, were always near his person, and all he did was by their counsel, who knew the laws and judgments of their forefathers. Now the chief of the nearest him were Carcena, and Sethar, and Admatha, and Tarsis, Merez, and Marsana, and Mamukan, 7 princes of the Persians and of the Medes, who saw the face of the king, and were used to sit first after him. What sentence ought to pass upon Vashti, the queen, who had refused to obey the commandment of King Ahasuerus, which he had sent to her by the eunuchs? And Mamukan answered in the hearing of the king and the princes, Queen Vashti hath not only injured the king, but also all the people and princes that are in all the provinces of King Ahasuerus. For this deed of the queen will go abroad to all women, so that they will despise their husbands, and will say, King Ahasuerus commanded that Queen Vashti should come into him, and she would not. And by this example all the wives of the princes of the Persians and the Medes will slight the commandments of their husbands. Wherefore the king's indignation is just. If it please thee, let an edict go out from thy presence, and let it be written according to the law of the Persians and of the Medes, which must not be altered, that Vashti come in no more to the king, but another that is better than her be made queen in her place. And let this be published through all the provinces of thy empire, which is very wide, and let all wives, as well of the greater as of the lesser, give honor to their husbands. His counsel pleased the king and the princes, and the king did according to the counsel of Mamukan. And he sent letters to all the provinces of his kingdom, as every nation could hear and read in divers languages and characters, that the husbands should be rulers and masters in their houses, and that this should be published to every people. After this, when the wrath of King Ahasuerus was appeased, he remembered Vashti, and what she had done, and what she had suffered. And the king's servants and his officers said, Let young women be sought for the king, virgins and beautiful, and let some persons be sent through all the provinces to look for beautiful maidens and virgins, and let them bring them to the city of Susan, and put them into the house of the women under the hand of Agaius the eunuch, who was the overseer and keeper of the king's women, and let them receive women's ornaments and other things necessary for their use. And whosoever among them all shall please the king's eyes, let her be queen in instead of Vashti. The word pleased the king, and he commanded it should be done as they had suggested. There was a man in the city of Susan, a Jew named Mordecai, the son of Jair, the son of Semei, the son of Sis, the son of the race of Jamini, who had been carried away from Jerusalem at the time that Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, carried away Jeconias, king of Judah, and he had brought up his brother's daughter, Adisa, who by another name was called Esther. Now she had lost both her parents, and was exceedingly fair and beautiful. And her father and mother being dead, Mordecai adopted her for his daughter. And when the king's ordinance was noised abroad, and according to his commandment, many beautiful virgins were brought to Susan, and were delivered to Agaius the eunuch. Esther also, among the rest of the maidens, was delivered to him to be kept in the number of the women. And she pleased him, and found favor in his sight. And he commanded the eunuch to hasten the women's ornaments, and to deliver to her her part, and 7 of the most beautiful maidens of the king's house, and to adorn the deck out both her and her waiting maids. And she would not tell him her people nor her country, for Mordecai had charged her to say nothing at all of that. And he walked every day before the court of the house, in which the chosen virgins were kept, having a care for Esther's welfare, and desiring to know what would befall her. Now when every virgin's turn came to go into the king, after all had been done for setting them off to advantage, it was the 12th month, so that for 6 months they were anointed with oil of myrrh, and for other 6 months they used certain perfumes and sweet spices. And when they were going in to the king, whatsoever they asked to adorn themselves they received, and being decked out as it pleased them, they passed from the chamber of the woman to the king's chamber. And she that went in at evening came out in the morning, and from thence she was conducted to the second house, that was under the hand of Susagaz, the eunuch, who had the charge over the king's concubines. Neither could she return any more to the king, unless the king desired it, and ordered her by name to come. And as the time came orderly about, the day was at hand, when Esther, the daughter of Abihail, the brother of Mordecai, whom he had adopted for his daughter, was to go in to the king. But she sought not women's ornaments, but whatsoever Agaius, the eunuch, the keeper of the virgins, had a mind. He gave her to adorn her, for she was exceedingly fair, and her incredible beauty made her appear agreeable and amiable in the eyes of all. So she was brought to the chamber of King Ahasuerus, the 10th month, which is called Tebeth, in the 7th year of his reign, and the king loved her more than all the women. And she had favor and kindness before him, above all the women. And he set the royal crown on her head, and made her queen instead of Vashti. And he commanded a magnificent feast to be prepared for all the princes, and for his servants for the marriage and wedding of Esther. And he gave rest to all the provinces, and bestowed gifts according to princely magnificence. And when the virgins were sought the second time, and gathered together, Mordecai stayed at the king's gate. Neither had Esther as yet declared her country and people according to his commandment, for whatsoever he commanded Esther observed, and she did all things in the same manner as she was wont at that time when he brought her up a little one. At that time, therefore, when Mordecai abode at the king's gate, Bagathan and Tharas, 2 of the king's eunuchs, who were porters, and presided in the first entry of the palace, were angry, and they designed to rise up against the king and kill him. Mordecai had notice of it, and immediately he told it to Queen Esther, and she to the king in Mordecai's name, who had reported the thing unto her. It was inquired into and found out, and they were both hanged on a gibbet. And it was put in the histories and recorded in the chronicles before the king. After these things, King Ahasuerus advanced to Aman, the son of Amadathi, who was of the race of Agag, and he set his throne above all the princes that were with him. And all the king's servants that were at the doors of the palace bent their knees and worshipped Aman, for so the emperor had commanded them. Only Mordecai did not bend his knee or worship him. And the king's servants that were chief at the doors of the palace said to him, Why dost thou alone not observe the king's commandment? And when they were saying this often, he would not hearken to them. They told Aman, desirous to know whether he would continue in his resolution, for he had told them that he was a Jew. Now when Aman had heard this, and had proved by experience that Mordecai did not bend his knee to him, nor worship him, he was exceedingly angry, and he counted it nothing to lay his hands upon Mordecai alone, for he had heard that he was of the nation of the Jews, and he chose rather to destroy all the nation of the Jews that were in the kingdom of Ahasuerus. In the first month, which is called Nisan, in the 12th year of the reign of Ahasuerus, the lot was cast into an urn, which in Hebrew is called fur, before Aman, on what day and what month the nation of the Jews should be destroyed. There came out the 12th month, which is called Adar, and Aman said to King Ahasuerus, There is a people scattered through all the provinces of thy kingdom, and separated one from another, that use new laws and ceremonies, and moreover despise the king's ordinances. And thou knowest very well that it is not expedient for thy kingdom that they should grow insolent by impunity. If it please thee, decree that they may be destroyed, that they may be destroyed, and I will pay 10,000 talents to thy treasures. And the king took the ring that he used from his own hand and gave it to Aman, the son of Amadathi of the race of Agag, the enemy of the Jews. And he said to him, As to the money which thou promisest, keep it for thyself, and as to the people, do with them as seemeth good to thee. And the king's scribes were called in the first month, Nisan, on the 13th day of the same month, and they wrote, as Aman had commanded, to all the king's lieutenants, and to the judges of the provinces, and of the divers nations, as every nation could read, and hear according to their different languages, in the name of King Ahasuerus. And the letters sealed with his ring were sent by the king's messengers to all provinces, to kill and destroy all the Jews, both young and old, with little children and women, in one day, that is, on the 13th of the 12th month, which is called Adar, and to make a spoil of their goods. The contents of the letters were to this effect, that all provinces might know and be ready against that day. The couriers that were sent made haste to fulfill the king's commandment, and immediately the edict was hung up in Susan, the king and Aman feasting together, and all the Jews that were in the city weeping. Now when Mordecai had heard these things, he rent his garments, and put on sackcloth, strewing ashes on his head, and he carried with a loud voice in the street in the midst of the city, showing the anguish of his mind. And he came lamenting in this manner even to the gate of the palace, for no one clothed with sackcloth might enter the king's court. And in all provinces, towns, and places to which the king's cruel edict was come, there was great mourning among the Jews, with fasting, wailing, and weeping, many using sackcloth and ashes for their bed. Then Esther's maids and her eunuchs went in, and told her. And when she heard it, she was in a consternation, and she sent a garment to clothe him, take away the sackcloth, but he would not receive it. And she called for Athach, the eunuch, whom the king had appointed to attend upon her, and she commanded him to go to Mordecai and learn of him why he did this. And Athach, going out, went to Mordecai, who was standing in the street of the city before the palace gate. And Mordecai told him all that had happened, how Aman had promised to pay money into the king's treasures to have the Jews destroyed. He gave him also a copy of the edict, which was hanging up in Susan, that he should show it to the queen, and admonish her to go in to the king, to entreat him for her people. And Athach went back and told Esther all that Mordecai had said. She answered him and bade him say to Mordecai, All the king's servants in all the provinces that are under his dominion know that whosoever, whether man or woman, cometh into the king's inner court, who is not called for, is immediately to be put to death without any delay, except the king shall hold out the golden scepter to him in token of clemency, that so he may live. How then can I go in to the king, who for these 30 days now have not been called unto him? And when Mordecai had heard this, he sent word to Esther again, saying, Think not that thou mayest save thy life only, because thou art in the king a house, more than all the Jews. For if thou wilt now hold thy peace, the Jews shall be delivered by some other occasion, and thou and thy father's house shall perish. And who knoweth whether thou art not therefore come to the kingdom, that thou mightest be ready in such a time as this? And again Esther said to Mordecai in these words, Go and gather together all the Jews whom thou shalt find in Susan, and pray ye for me. Neither eat nor drink for 3 days and 3 nights. And I with my handmaids will fast in like manner. And then I will go into the king against the law, not being called, and expose myself to death and to danger. So Mordecai went and did all that Esther had commanded him. And on the 3rd day Esther put on her royal apparel, and stood in the inner court of the king's house, over against the king's hall. Now he sat upon his throne in the hall of the palace, over against the door of the house. And when he saw Esther the queen standing, she pleased his eyes, and he held out toward her the golden scepter, which he held in his hand, and she drew near and kissed the top of his scepter. And the king said to her, What wilt then, Queen Esther? What is thy request? If thou shouldest even ask 1/2 of the kingdom, it shall be given to thee. But she answered, If it please the king, I beseech thee to come to me this day, and Aman with thee to the banquet which I have prepared. And the king said forthwith, Call you Aman quickly, that he may obey Esther's will. So the king and Aman came to the banquet which the queen had prepared for them. And the king said to her, after he had drunk wine plentifully, What dost thou desire should be given to thee? And for what thing askest thou? Although thou shouldest ask the half of my kingdom, thou shalt have it. And Esther answered, My petition and request is this, if I have found favor in the king's sight, and if it please the king to give me what I ask, to fulfill my petition, let the king and Aman come to the banquet which I have prepared them, and tomorrow I will open my mind to the king. So Aman went out that day joyful and merry. And when he saw Mordecai sitting before the gate of the palace, and that he not only did not rise up to honor him, but did not so much as move from the place where he sat, he was exceedingly angry. But dissembling his anger and returning into his house, he called together to him his friends and Zaras his wife, and he declared to them the greatness of his riches and the multitude of his children, with how great glory the king had advanced him above all his princes and servants. And after this he said, Queen Esther also hath invited no other to the banquet with the king but me, and with her I am also to dine tomorrow with the king. And whereas I have also these things, I think I have nothing so long as I see Mordecai the Jew sitting before the king's gate. Then Zaras his wife and the rest of the friends answered him, Order a great beam to be prepared, 50 cubits high, and in the morning speak to the king, that Mordecai may be hanged upon it. So thou shalt go full of joy with the king to the banquet. The counsel pleased him, and he commanded a high gibbet to be prepared. That night the king passed without sleep, and he commanded the histories and chronicles of former times to be brought to him. And when they were reading them before him, they came to that place where it was written, how Mordecai had discovered the treason of Bagathan, and Dares the eunuchs, who sought to kill King Ahasuerus. And when the king heard this, he said, What honor and reward hath Mordecai received for this fidelity? His servants and ministers said to him, He hath received no reward at all. And the king said immediately, Who is in the court? For Aman was coming in to the inner court of the king's house to speak to the king, that he might order Mordecai to be hanged upon the gibbet which was prepared for him. The servants answered, Aman standeth in the court. And the king said, Let him come in. And when he was come in, he said to him, What ought to be done to the man whom the king is desirous to honor? But a man thinking in his heart, and supposing But the king would honor no other but himself, answered, The man whom the king desireth to honor ought to be clothed with the king's apparel, and to be set upon the horse that the king rideth upon, and to have the royal crown upon his head. And let the first of the king's princes and nobles hold his horse, and going through the street of the city proclaim before him, and say, Thus shall he be honored, whom the king hath a mind to honor. The king said to him, Make haste, and take the robe and horse, and do as thou hast spoken to Mordecai the Jew, who sitteth before the gates of the palace. Beware thou pass over any of those things which thou hast spoken. So Haman took the robe and the horse, and arraying Mordecai in the street of the city, and setting him on the horse, went before him, and proclaimed, This honor is he worthy of, whom the king hath a mind to honor. But Mordecai returned to the palace gate, and Haman made haste to go to his house, mourning and having his head covered. And he told Zeresh his wife and his friends all that had befallen him, and the wise men whom he had in council. And his wife answered him, If Mordecai be of the seed of the Jews, before whom thou hast begun to fall, thou canst not resist him, but thou shalt fall in his sight. And as they were yet speaking, the king's eunuchs came and compelled him to go quickly to the banquet which the queen had prepared. So the king and Haman went in to drink with the queen. And the king said to her again the second day, after he was warm with wine, What is thy petition, Esther, that it may be granted thee? And what wilt thou have done, although thou ask the half of my kingdom? Thou shalt have it. Then she answered, If I have found favor in thy sight, O king, and if it please thee, give me my life for which I ask, and my people for which I request. For we are given up, I and my people, to be destroyed, to be slain, and to perish. And would God we were sold for bondmen and bondwomen, the evil might be borne with, and I would have mourned in silence. But now we have an enemy whose cruelty redoundeth upon the king. The king Ahasuerus answered and said, Who is this, and of what power, that he should do these things? And Esther said, It is this Haman that is our adversary and most wicked enemy. Haman, hearing this, was forthwith astonished, not being able to bear the countenance of the king and of the queen. But the king, being angry, rose up and went from the place of the banquet into the garden set with trees. Haman also rose up to entreat Esther the queen for his life, for he understood that evil was prepared for him by the king. And when the king came back out of the garden set with trees and entered into the place of the banquet, he found Haman was fallen upon the bed on which Esther lay, and he said, He will force the queen also in my presence, in my own house. The word was not yet gone out of the king's mouth, and immediately they covered his face. And Harbona, one of the eunuchs that stood waiting on the king, said, Behold, the gibbet which he hath prepared for Mordecai, who spoke for the king, standeth in Haman's house, being 50 cubits high. And the king said to him, Hang him upon it. So Haman was hanged on the gibbet which he had prepared for Mordecai. And the king's wrath ceased. On that day King Ahasuerus gave the house of Haman, the Jews' enemy, to Queen Esther, and Mordecai came in before the king, for Esther had confessed to him that he was her uncle. And the king took the ring which he had commanded to be taken again from Haman, and gave it to Mordecai. And Esther set Mordecai over her house. And not content with these things, she fell down at the king's feet and wept, and speaking to him, besought him that he would give orders that the malice of Haman the Agagite, and his most wicked devices which he had invented against the Jews, should be of no effect. But he, as the manner was, held out the golden scepter with his hand, which was the sign of clemency. And she arose up and stood before him, and said, If it please the king, and if I have found favor in his sight, and my request be not disagreeable to him, I beseech thee that the former letters of Haman the traitor, an enemy of the Jews, by which he commanded that they should be destroyed in all the king's provinces, may be reversed by new letters. For how can I endure the murdering and slaughter of my people? And King Ahasuerus answered Esther the queen, and Mordecai the Jew, I have given Haman's house to Esther, and I have commanded him to be hanged on a gibbet, because he durst lay hands on the Jews. Write ye therefore to the Jews, as it pleaseth you, in the king's name, and seal the letters with my ring. For this was the custom, that no man durst gainsay the letters which were sent in the king's name, and were sealed with his ring. Then the king's scribes and secretaries were called for. Now it was the time of the 3rd month, which is called Siban, the 23rd day of the month. And letters were written, as Mordecai had a mind, to the Jews, and to the governors, and to the deputies, and to the judges who were rulers over the 127 provinces, from India even to Ethiopia, to province and province, to people and people according to their languages and characters, and to the Jews according to as they could read and hear. And these letters which were sent in the king's name were sealed with his ring, and sent by posts who were to run through all the provinces, to prevent the former letters with new messages. And the king gave orders to them to speak to the Jews in every city, and to command them to gather themselves together, and to stand for their lives, and to kill and destroy all their enemies with their wives and children, and all their houses, and to take their spoil. And one day of revenge was appointed through all the provinces, to wit, the 13th of the 12th month Adar. And this was the content of the letter, that it should be notified in all lands and peoples that were subject to the empire of King Ahasuerus. The Jews were ready to be revenged of their enemies. So the swift post went out carrying the messages, and the king's edict was hung up in Susan. And Mordecai, going forth out of the palace and from the king's presence, shone in royal apparel, to wit, of violet and sky color, wearing a golden crown on his head, and clothed with a cloak of silk and purple. And all the city rejoiced and was glad. But to the Jews a new light seemed to rise, joy, honor, and dancing. And in all peoples, cities, and provinces, whithersoever the king's commandments came, there was wonderful rejoicing, feasts and banquets, and keeping holy day, insomuch that many of their nations and religion joined themselves to their worship and ceremonies. For a great dread of the name of the Jews had fallen upon all. So on the 13th day of the 12th month, which as we have said above is called Adar, when all the Jews were designed to be massacred, and their enemies were greedy after their blood, the case being altered, the Jews began to have the upper hand, and to revenge themselves of their adversaries. And they gathered themselves together in every city and town and place, to lay their hands on their enemies and their persecutors. And no one durst withstand them, for the fear of their power had gone through every people. And the judges of the princes and the governors and lieutenants and every one in dignity that presided over every place and work extolled the Jews for fear of Mordecai, for they knew him to be prince of the palace and to have great power. And the fame of his name increased daily, and was spread abroad through all men's mouths. So the Jews made a great slaughter of their enemies and killed them, repaying according to what they had prepared to do to them, insomuch that even in Susan they killed 500 men, besides the 10 sons of Ammon, the Agagite, the enemy of the Jews, whose names are these: Pharasandatha, and Delphon, and Esphatha, and Phoratha, and Adalia, and Aridatha, and Fermesta, and Aresai, and Aridai, and Jezatha. And when they had slain them, they would not touch the spoils of their goods. And presently the number of them that were killed in Susan were brought to the king. And he said to the queen, The Jews have killed 500 men in the city of Susan, besides the 10 sons of Ammon. How many dost thou think they have slain in all the provinces? What askest thou more? And what wilt thou have me to command to be done? She answered, If it please the king, let it be granted to the Jews to do tomorrow in Susan as they have done today, and that the sons of Ammon may be hanged upon gibbets. The king commanded that it should be done. Forthwith the edict was hung up in Susan, and the 10 sons of Ammon were hanged. And on the 14th day of the month Adar, and the Jews gathered themselves together, and they killed in Susan 300 men. But they took not their substance. Moreover, through all the provinces which were subject to the king's dominion, the Jews stood for their lives, and slew their enemies and persecutors, insomuch that the number of them were billed amounted to 75,000. And no man took any of their goods. Now the 13th day of the month Adar was the first day with all of the slaughter, and on the 14th day they left off, which they ordained to be kept holy day, so that all times hereafter they should celebrate it with feasting, joy, and banquets. But they that were killing in the city of Susan were employed in the slaughter on the 13th and 14th day of the same month, and on the 15th day they rested. Therefore they appointed that day to be a holy day of fasting and gladness. But those Jews that dwelt in the towns not walled in villages appointed the 14th day of the month Adar for banquets and gladness, so as to rejoice on that day, and send one another portions of their banquets and meats. And Mordecai wrote all these things, and sent them comprised in letters to the Jews that abode in all the king's provinces, both those that lay near and those afar off, that they should receive the 14th and 15th day of the month Adar for holy days, and always at the return of the year should celebrate them with solemn honor, because on those days the Jews revenged themselves of their enemies, and their mourning and sorrow were turned into mirth and joy, and that these should be days of feasting and gladness, in which they should send one to another portions of meats, and should give gifts to the poor. And the Jews undertook to observe with solemnity all they had begun to do at that time, which Mordecai by letters had commanded to be done. For Aman the son of Amadathi, the race of Agag, the enemy and adversary of the Jews, had devised evil against them, to kill them and destroy them, and had cast fur, that is, the lot. And afterwards Esther went in to the king, and beseeching him that his endeavors might be made void by the king's letters, and the evil that he had intended against the Jews might return upon his own head. So both he and his sons were hanged upon gibbets. And since that time these days are called Purim, that is, of lots, because Pur, that is, the lot, was cast into the urn. And all things that were done are contained in the volume of this epistle, that is, of this book. And the things that they suffered, and that were afterwards changed, the Jews took upon themselves and their seed, and upon all that had a mind to be joined to their religion, so that it should be lawful for none to pass the days without solemnity, which the writing testifieth, and certain times require, as the years continually succeed one another. These are the days which shall never be forgot, and which all provinces in the whole world shall celebrate throughout all generations. Neither is there any city wherein the days of Purim, that is, of lots, must not be observed by the Jews and by their posterity, which is bound to these ceremonies. And Esther the queen, the daughter of Abihail, and Mordecai the Jew, wrote also a second epistle, that with all diligence this day should be established a festival for the time to come. And they sent to all the Jews that were in the 127 provinces of King Ahasuerus, that they should have peace, and receive truth, and observe the days of lots, and celebrate them with joy in their proper time, as Mordecai and Esther had appointed, and they undertook them to be observed by themselves and by their seed, fasts and cries, and the days of lots, and all things which are contained in the history of this book, which is called Esther. And King Ahasuerus made all the land and all the islands of the sea tributary, and his strength and his empire and the dignity and greatness wherewith he exalted Mordecai are written in the books of the Medes and of the Persians, and how Mordecai of the race of Jews was next after King Ahasuerus, and great among the Jews, and acceptable to the people of his brethren, seeking the good of his people, and speaking those things which were for the welfare of his seed. Then Mordecai said, God hath done these things. I remember a dream that I saw, which signified these same things, and nothing thereof hath failed. The little fountain which grew into a river, and was turned into a light, and into the sun, and abounded into many waters, is Esther, whom the king married and made queen. But the two dragons are I and Aman. The nations that were assembled are they that endeavored to destroy the name of the Jews. And my nation is Israel, who cried to the Lord, and the Lord saved his people. And he delivered us from all evils, and hath wrought great signs and wonders among the nations. And he commanded that there should be two lots, one of the people of God, and the other of all the nations. And both lots came to the day appointed already from that time before God to all nations. And the Lord remembered his people, and had mercy on his inheritance. And these days shall be observed in the month of Adar, on the 14th and 15th day of the same month, with all diligence, and joy of the people gathered into one assembly, throughout all the generations hereafter of the people of Israel. In the 4th year of the reign of Ptolemy and Cleopatra, Dositheus, who said he was a priest and of the Levitical race, and Ptolemy his son, brought this epistle of Purim, which they said Lysimachus, the son of Ptolemy, had interpreted in Jerusalem. In the 2nd year of the reign of Artaxerxes the Great, on the 1st day of the month, Nisan, Mordecai the son of Jair, the son of Semei, the son of Cis, the tribe of Benjamin, a Jew who dwelt in the city of Susan, a great man and among the first of the king's court, had a dream. Now he was of the number of the captives whom Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon had carried away from Jerusalem, and Jeconias king of Judah. And this was his dream. Behold, there were voices and tumults and thunders and earthquakes, and a disturbance upon the earth. And behold, 2 great dragons came forth ready to fight one against another. And at their cry all nations were stirred up to fight against the nation of the just. And that was a day of darkness and danger, of tribulation and distress, and great fear upon the earth. And the nation of the just was troubled, fearing their own evils, and was prepared for death. And they cried to God, and as they were crying, a little fountain grew into a very great river, and abounded into many waters. The light and the sun rose up, and the humble were exalted, and they devoured the glorious. When Mordecai had seen this, and arose out of his bed, he was thinking what God would do, and he kept it fixed in his mind, desirous to know what the dream should signify. And he abode at the time in the king's court, with Bagatha and Thara, the king's eunuchs, who were porters of the palace. And when he understood their designs, he had diligently searched into their projects. He learned that they went about to lay violent hands on King Artaxerxes, and he told the king thereof. And the king had them both examined, and after they had confessed, commanded them to be put to death. But the king made a record of what was done. Mordecai also committed the memory of the thing to writing. And the king commanded him to abide in the court of the palace, and give him presents for the information. But Aman the son of Amadathi, the Bugite, was in great honor with the king, and sought to hurt Mordecai and his people, because of the 2 eunuchs of the king, who were put to death. And this was the copy of the letter: Artaxerxes, the great king who reigneth from India to Ethiopia, to the princes and governors of the 127 provinces that are subject to this empire, greeting. Whereas I reigned over many nations, and had brought all the world under my dominion, I was not willing to abuse the greatness of my power, but to govern my subjects with clemency and lenity, that they might live quietly without any terror, and might enjoy peace, which is desired by all men. But when I asked my counselors how this might be accomplished, one that excelled the rest in wisdom and fidelity, and was second after the king, Aman by name, told me that there was a people scattered through the whole world, which used new laws and acted against the customs of all nations, despised the commandments of kings, and violated by their opposition the concord of all nations. Wherefore, having learned this, and seeing one nation in opposition to all mankind using perverse laws, and going against our commandments, and disturbing the peace and concord of the provinces subject to us, we have commanded that all whom Aman shall mark out, who is chief over all the provinces, and second after the king, and whom we honor as a father, shall be utterly destroyed by their enemies, with their wives and children, and that none shall have pity on them. On the 14th day of the 12th month of Adar of this present year, that these wicked men, going down to hell in one day, may restore to our empire the peace which they had disturbed. But Mordecai besought the Lord, remembering all his works, and said, O Lord, Lord, almighty King, for all things are in thy power, and there was none that can resist thy will, if thou determine to save Israel. Thou hast made heaven and earth, and all things that are under the cope of heaven. Thou art Lord of all, and there is none that can resist thy majesty. Thou knowest all things, and thou knowest that it was not out of pride and contempt or any desire of glory that I refused to worship the proud Aman. For I would willingly and readily for the salvation of Israel have kissed even the steps of his feet. But I feared lest I should transfer the honor of my God to a man, and lest I should adore anyone except my God. And now, O Lord, O King, O God of Abraham, have mercy on thy people, because our enemies resolve to destroy us and extinguish thy inheritance. Despise not thy portion, which thou hast redeemed for thyself out of Egypt. Hear my supplication, and be merciful to thy lot and inheritance, and turn our mourning into joy, that we may live and praise thy name, O Lord, and shut not the mouths of them that sing to thee. And all Israel with like mind and supplication cried to the Lord, because they saw certain death, hanging over their heads. Queen Esther also, fearing the danger that was at hand, had recourse to the Lord, in which she had laid away her royal apparel. She put on garments suitable for weeping and mourning. Instead of divers precious ointments, she covered her head with ashes and dung, and she humbled her body with fasts. And all the places in which before she was accustomed to rejoice, she filled with her torn hair. And she prayed to the Lord, the God of Israel, saying, O my Lord, who alone art our King, help me, a desolate woman, and who have no other helper but thee. My danger is in my hands. I have heard of my father that thou, O Lord, didst take Israel from among all nations and other fathers from all their predecessors to possess them as an everlasting inheritance, and thou hast done to them as thou hast promised. We have sinned in thy sight, and therefore thou hast delivered us into the hands of our enemies, for we have worshipped their gods. Thou art just, O Lord, and now they were not content to oppress us with most hard bondage, but attributing the strength of their hands to the power of their idols, they designed to change thy promises and destroy thy inheritance, and shut the mouths of them that praise thee, and extinguish the glory of thy temple and altar, that they may open the mouths of Gentiles, and praise the strength of idols, and magnify forever a carnal king. Give not, O Lord, thy scepter to them that are not, lest they laugh at our ruin, but turn their counsel upon themselves, and destroy him that hath begun to rage against us. Remember, O Lord, and show thyself to us in the time of our tribulation, and give me boldness, O Lord, King of gods and of all power. Give me a well-ordered speech in my mouth in the presence of the lion, and turn his heart to the hatred of our enemy, that both he himself may perish, and the rest that consent to him. But deliver us by thy hand, and help me, who have no other helper but thee, O Lord, who hast the knowledge of all things. And thou knowest that I hate the glory of the wicked, and abhor the bed of the uncircumcised and of every stranger. Thou knowest my necessity, that I abominate the sign of my pride and glory, which is upon my head in the days of my public appearance, and detest it as a menstruous rag, and wear it not in the days of my silence. And that I have not eaten at a man's table, nor hath the king's banquet pleased me, and that I have not drunk the wine of the drink offerings, and that thy handmaid hath never rejoiced since I was brought hither unto this day. But in thee, O Lord, the God of Abraham, O God, who art mighty above all, hear the voice of them that have no other hope, and deliver us from the hand of the wicked, and deliver me from my fear. And he commanded her, no doubt, but he was Mordecai, to go to the king and petition for her people, for her country. Remember, said he, the days of thy low estate, how thou wast brought up by my hand, because Aman the second after the king hath spoken against us unto death. And do thou call upon the Lord, and speak to the king for us, and deliver us from death. And on the third day she laid away the garments she wore, and put on her glorious apparel, and glittering in royal robes. After she had called upon God, the ruler and Saviour of all, she took 2 maids with her, and upon one of them she leaned, as if for delicateness and over much tenderness she were not able to bear up her own body. And the other maid followed her lady, bearing up her train, following on the ground. But she, with a rosy colour in her face, and with gracious and bright eyes, hid a mind full of anguish and exceedingly great fear. So going in, she passed through all the doors in order, and stood before the king, where he sat upon his royal throne, clothed with his royal robes, and glittering with gold and precious stones. And he was terrible to behold. And when he had lifted up his countenance, and with burning eyes had shown the wrath of his heart, the queen sunk down, and her colour turned pale. And she rested her weary head upon her handmaid. And God changed the king's spirit into mildness, and all in haste and in fear he leaped from his throne, and holding her up in his hands till she came to herself, caressed her with these words, What is the matter, Esther? I am thy brother, fear not. Thou shalt not die, for this law is not made for thee, but for all others. Come near then, and touch the scepter. And as she held her peace, he took the golden scepter, and laid it upon her neck, and kissed her, and said, Why dost thou not speak to me? She answered, I saw thee, my lord, as an angel of God, and my heart was troubled for fear of thy majesty, for thou, my lord, art very admirable, and thy face is full of graces. And while she was speaking, she fell down again, and was almost in a swoon. But the king was troubled, and all his servants comforted. The great king Artaxerxes, from India to Ethiopia, to the governors and princes of 127 provinces which obey our command, sendeth greeting. Many have abused unto pride the goodness of princes, and the honor that hath been bestowed upon them, and not only endeavor to oppress the king's subjects, but not bearing the glory that is given them, take in hand to practice also against them that gave it. Neither are they content not to return thanks for benefits received, and to violate in themselves the laws of humanity, but they think they can also escape the justice of God, who seeth all things, and they break out into so great madness as to endeavor to undermine by lies such as observe diligently the offices committed to them, and do all things in such manner as to be worthy of all men's praise, while with crafty fraud they deceive the ears of princes that are well-meaning, and judge of others by their own nature. Now this is proved both from ancient histories, and by the kings which are done daily, how the good designs of kings are depraved by the evil suggestions of certain men. Wherefore we must provide for the peace of all provinces. Neither must you think, if we commanded different things, that it cometh of the levity of our mind, but that we give sentence according to the quality and necessity of times, as the profit of the commonwealth requireth. Now that you may more plainly understand what we say, I am the son of Amadathi, a Macedonian both in mind and country, and have nothing of the Persian blood, but with his cruelty staining our goodness, was received being a stranger by us, and found our humanity so great towards him that he was called our father, and was worshipped by all as the next man after the king. But he was so far puffed up with arrogancy as to go about to deprive us of our kingdom and life. For with certain new and unheard of devices he hath sought the destruction of Mordecai, by whose fidelity and good services our life was saved, and of Esther the partner of our kingdom, with all their nation, thinking that after they were slain he might work treason against us, left alone without friends, and might transfer the kingdom of the Persians to the Macedonians. But we have found that the Jews who were by that most wicked man appointed to be slain are in no fault at all, but contrariwise use just laws, and are the children of the highest and the greatest and the ever-living God, by whose benefit the kingdom was given both to our fathers and to us, and is kept unto this day. Wherefore know ye that those letters which he sent in our name are void and of no effect, for which crime both he himself that devised it, and all his kindred hang on gibbets, before the gates of this city Susan, not we, but God repaying him as he deserved. For this edict, which we now send, shall be published in all cities, that the Jews may freely follow their own laws, and you shall aid them that they may kill those who had prepared themselves to kill them, on the 13th day of the 12th month, which is called Adar, for the Almighty God hath turned this day of sadness and mourning into joy to them. Wherefore you shall also count this day among other festival days, and celebrate it with all joy, that it may be known also in times to come that all they who faithfully obey the Persians receive a worthy reward for their fidelity, but they that are traitors to their kingdom are destroyed for their wickedness. And let every province and city that will not be partaker of this solemnity perish by the sword and by fire, and be destroyed in each manner as to be made impassable, both to men and beasts, for an example of contempt and disobedience. All right. So we finished Esther. Now, normally I thought in the Catholic Bible, First and Second Maccabees would come right after Esther, but apparently on this platform that we're using, the Maccabees are listed as the last books of the Old Testament. So today we are actually going to do something a little bit different. We are going to save our progress here, and then we are going to go to the main menu. And we are going to start again from the Old Testament. I'm going to go skip ahead, and we're going to be reading 1st and 2nd Maccabees today. And then following that, probably in the next day, we'll continue on where we left off with Job. So, without further ado, here are the chapters of First Maccabees, and let's begin. Now, I don't know too much about Maccabees. I do know that this story kind of takes place much later, sort of in between what Protestants consider to be the Old Testament and in the New Testament. Like, this is sort of the Greek period, right? So anyways, it'll be interesting, even a good historical read, if I don't quite accept this as a Protestant. So without further ado, let's begin. Now it came to pass after that Alexander the son of Philip the Macedonian, who first reigned in Greece, coming out of the land of Chethim, had overthrown Darius king of the Persians and Medes. He fought many battles and took the strongholds of all, and slew the kings of the earth. And he went through even to the ends of the earth, and took the spoils of many nations. And the earth was quiet before him. And he gathered a power and a very strong army, and his heart was exalted and lifted up. And he subdued countries of nations, and princes, and they became tributaries to him. And after these things he fell down upon his bed, and knew that he should die. And he called his servants the nobles that were brought up with him from his youth, and he divided his kingdom among them, while he was yet alive. And Alexander reigned 12 years, and he died. And his servants made themselves kings, every one in his place, and they all put crowns upon themselves after his death, and their sons after them many years, and evils were multiplied in the earth. And there came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus the illustrious, the son of King Antiochus, who had been a hostage at Rome. And he reigned in the 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks. In those days there went out of Israel wicked men, and they persuaded many, saying, Let us go and make a covenant with the heathens that are round about us, for since we departed from them, many evils have befallen us. And the words seemed good in their eyes, and some of the people determined to do this, and went to the king, and he gave them license to do after the ordinances of the heathens. And they built a place of exercise in Jerusalem according to the laws of the nations. And they made themselves prepuces, and departed from the holy covenant, and joined themselves to the heathens, and were sold to do evil. And the kingdom was established before Antiochus. And he had a mind to reign over the land of Egypt, and that he might reign over 2 kingdoms. And he entered into Egypt with a great multitude, with chariots and elephants, and horsemen, and a great number of ships. And he made war against Ptolemy, the king of Egypt. But Ptolemy was afraid at his presence, and fled, and many were wounded unto death. And he took the strong cities in the land of Egypt, and he took the spoils of the land of Egypt. And after Antiochus had ravaged Egypt in the 143rd year, he returned and went up against Israel. And he went up to Jerusalem with a great multitude. And he proudly entered into the sanctuary, and took away the golden altar, and the candlestick of light, and all the vessels thereof, and the table of proposition, and the pouring vessels, and the vials, and the little mortals of gold, and the veil, and the crowns, and the golden ornament that was before the temple. And he broke them all in pieces. And he took the silver and gold, and the precious vessels, and he took the hidden treasures which he found. And when he had taken all away, he departed into his own country. And he made a great slaughter of men, and spoke very proudly. And there was great mourning in Israel, and in every place where there were. And the princes and the ancients mourned, and the virgins and the young men were made feeble, and the beauty of the women was changed. Every bridegroom took up lamentation, and the bride that sat in the marriage bed mourned. And the land was moved for the inhabitants thereof, and all the house of Jacob was covered with confusion. And after 2 full years the king sent the chief collector of his tributes to the cities of Judah, and he came to Jerusalem with a great multitude. And he spoke to them peaceable words and deceit, and they believed him. And he fell upon the city suddenly, and struck it with a great slaughter, and destroyed much people in Israel. And he took the spoils of the city, and burnt it with fire, and threw down the houses thereof, and the walls thereof round about. And they took the women captive, and the children, and the cattle they possessed, and they built the city of David with a great and strong wall, and with strong towers, and made it a fortress for them. And they placed there a sinful nation, wicked men, and they fortified themselves therein, and they stored up armor and victuals, and gathered together the spoils of Jerusalem, and laid them up there, and they became a great snare. And this was a place to lie in wait against the sanctuary, and an evil devil in Israel. And they shed innocent blood round about the sanctuary, and defiled the holy place. And the inhabitants of Jerusalem fled away by reason of them, and the city was made the habitation of strangers, and she became a stranger to her own seed, and her children forsook her. Her sanctuary was desolate like a wilderness. Her festival days were turned into mourning, her Sabbaths into reproach. Her honors were brought to nothing. Her dishonor was increased according to her glory, and her excellency was turned into mourning. And King Antiochus wrote to all his kingdom that all the people should be one, and every one should leave his own law. And all nations consented according to the word of King Antiochus. And many of Israel consented to his service, and they sacrificed to idols, profaned the Sabbath. And the king sent letters by the hands of messengers to Jerusalem, and to all the cities of Judah, that they should follow the law of the nations of the earth, and should forbid holocausts and sacrifices, and atonements to be made in the temple of God, and should prohibit the Sabbath and the festival days to be celebrated. And he commanded the holy places to be profaned, and the holy people of Israel. And he commanded altars to be built, and temples and idols, and swine's flesh to be immolated, and unclean beasts, and that they should leave their children uncircumcised, and let their souls be defiled with all uncleanliness, and abominations, to the end that they should forget the law, and should change all the justifications of God. And that whosoever would not do according to the word of King Antiochus should be put to death. According to all these words he wrote to his whole kingdom. He appointed rulers over the people that should force them to do these things. And they commanded the cities of Judah to sacrifice. And many of the people were gathered to them that had forsaken the law of the Lord, and they committed evils in the land. And they drove away the people of Israel into lurking holes, and into the secret places of fugitives. On the 15th day of the month of Caslu, in the 145th year, King Antiochus set up the abominable idol of desolation upon the altar of God. And they built altars throughout all the cities of Judah round about. And they burnt incense and sacrificed at the doors of the houses and in the streets. And they cut in pieces and burnt with fire the books of the law of God. And every one with whom the books of the testament of the Lord were found, and whosoever observed the law of the Lord, they put to death, according to the edict of the king. Thus by their power did they deal with the people of Israel, and were found in the cities month after month. And on the 25th day of the month they sacrificed upon the altar of the idol that was over against the altar of God. Now the women that circumcised their children were slain according to the commandment of King Antiochus, and they hanged the children about their necks in all their houses, and those that had circumcised them they put to death. And many of the people of Israel determined with themselves that they would not eat unclean things, and they chose rather to die than to be defiled with unclean meats. They would not break the holy law of God, and they were put to death. And there was very great wrath upon the people. In those days arose Mattathias, the son of John, the son of Simeon, a priest, the son of Jorib, from Jerusalem. And he abode in the mountain of Modin. And he had 5 sons, John, who was surnamed Gaddis, and Simon, who was surnamed Thasi, and Judas, who was called Maccabees, and Eleazar, who was surnamed Abaram, and Jonathan, who was surnamed Apaphus. These saw the evils that were done in the people of Judah and in Jerusalem. Mattathias said, Woe is me! Wherefore was I born to see the ruin of my people, and the ruin of the holy city, and to dwell there, when it is given into the hands of the enemies? The holy places are come into the hands of strangers. Her temple is become as a man without honor. The vessels of her glory are carried away captive. Her old men are murdered in the streets, and her young men are fallen by the sword of the enemies. What nation hath not inherited her kingdom, and gotten of her spoils? All her ornaments are taken away. She that was free is made a slave. And behold, our sanctuary and our beauty and our glory is laid to waste, and the Gentiles have defiled them. To what end, then, should we live any longer? And Mattathias and his sons rent their garments, and they covered themselves with haircloth, and made great lamentation. And they that were sent from King Antiochus came thither, to compel them that were fled into the city of Modin to sacrifice and to burn incense and to depart from the law of God. And many of the people of Israel consented and came to them. But Matthias and his sons stood firm. And they that were sent from Antiochus answering said to Matthias, Thou art a ruler, and an honorable and great man in this city, and adorned with sons and brethren. Therefore come thou first, and obey the king's commandment, as all nations have done, and the men of Judah, and they that remain in Jerusalem, and thou and thy sons shall be in the number of the king's friends, and enriched with gold and silver and many presents. Then Matthias answered and said with a loud voice, Although all nations obey King Antiochus, so as to depart every man from the service of the law of his fathers, and consent to his commandments, I and my sons and my brethren will obey the law of our fathers. God be merciful unto us. It is not profitable for us to forsake the law and the justices of God. We will not hearken to the words of King Antiochus, neither will we sacrifice and transgress the commandments of our law to go another way. Now as he left off speaking these words, there came a certain Jew in the sight of all to sacrifice to the idols upon the altar in the city of Modin, according to the king's commandment. And Matthias saw and was grieved, and his reins trembled, and his wrath was kindled according to the judgment of the law. And running upon him, he slew him upon the altar. Moreover, the man whom the king Antiochus had sent, who compelled them to sacrifice, he slew at the same time and pulled down the altar, and showed zeal for the law as Phinehas did by Zamri the son of Salome. Matthias cried out in the city with a loud voice, saying, Every one that hath zeal for the law and maintaineth the testament, let him follow me. So he and his sons fled into the mountains, and left all that they had in the city. Then many that sought after judgment and justice went down into the desert, and they abode there, they and their children and their wives and their cattle, because afflictions increased upon them. And it was told to the king's men and to the army that was in Jerusalem and the city of David that certain men had broken the king's commandment, or gone away into the secret places in the wilderness, that many were gone after them. And forthwith they went out towards them, and made war against them on the Sabbath day. And they said to them, Do you still resist? Come forth and do according to the edict of King Antiochus, and you shall live. And they said, We will not come forth, neither will we obey the king's edict to profane the Sabbath day. And they made haste to give them battle. But they answered them not, neither did they cast a stone at them, nor stopped up the secret places, saying, Let us all die in our innocency, and heaven and earth shall be witness for us, that you put us to death wrongfully. So they gave them battle on the Sabbath, and they were slain with their wives, and their children and their cattle, to the number of 1,000 persons. And Matthias and his friends heard of it, and they mourned for him exceedingly. And every man said to his neighbor, If we shall all do as our brethren have done, and not fight against the heathens for our lives and our justifications, they will now quickly root us out of the earth. And they determined in that day, saying, Whosoever shall come up against us to fight on the Sabbath day, we will fight against him, and we will not die, as our brethren that were slain in the secret places. Then was assembled to them a congregation of Assyrians, the stoutest of Israel, every one that had a good will for the law. And all they that fled from the evils joined themselves to them, and were a support to them. And they gathered an army, and slew the sinners in their wrath, and the wicked men in their indignation. And the rest fled to the nations for safety. And Matthias and his friends went round about, and they threw down the altars, and they circumcised all the children whom they found in the confines of Israel that were uncircumcised. And they did valiantly, and they pursued after the children of pride, and the work prospered in their hands. And they recovered the law out of the hands of the nations, and out of the hands of the kings, and they yielded not the horn to the sinner. Now the days drew near that Matthias should die, and he said to his sons, Now hath pride and chastisement gotten strength, and the time of destruction and the wrath of indignation. Now therefore, O my sons, be ye zealous for the law, and give your lives for the covenant of your fathers. And call to remembrance the works of the fathers which they have done in their generations. You shall receive great glory and an everlasting name. Was not Abraham found faithful in temptation? And it was reputed to him unto justice. Joseph in the time of his distress kept the commandment, and he was made Lord of Egypt. Phinehas our father, by being fervent in the zeal of God, received the covenant of an everlasting priesthood. Jesus, whilst he fulfilled the word, was made ruler in Israel. I'm guessing that's a different Jesus. Caleb, for bearing witness before the congregation, received an inheritance. That might actually be Joshua. Now that I look at it. David, by his mercy, obtained the throne of an everlasting kingdom. Elias, while he was full of zeal for the law, was taken up into heaven. Ananias and Azarias and Mesiel, by believing, were delivered out of the flame. Daniel, in his innocency, was delivered out of the mouth of the lions. And thus consider through all generations that none that trust in him fail in strength. And fear not the words of a sinful man, for his glory is dung and worms. Today he is lifted up, and tomorrow he shall not be found, because he is returned into his earth, and his thought is come to nothing. You therefore, my sons, take courage, and behave manfully in the law, for by it you shall be glorious. And behold, I know that your brother Simon is a man of counsel. Give ear to him always, and he shall be a father to you. And Judas Maccabees, who is valiant and strong from his youth up, let him be the leader of your army, and he shall manage the war of the people. And you shall take to you all that observe the law, and revenge ye the wrong of your people. Render to the Gentiles their reward, and take heed to the precepts of the law. And he blessed them, and was joined to his fathers. And he died in the 146th year, and he was buried by his sons in the sepulchres of his fathers, in Modin. And all Israel mourned for him with great mourning. Then his son Judas, called Maccabeus, rose up in his stead, and all his brethren helped him, and all they that had joined themselves to his father. And they fought with cheerfulness the battle of Israel. And he got his people great honor, and put on a breastplate as a giant, and girt his warlike armor about him in battles, and protected the camp with his sword. In his axe he was like a lion, and like a lion's whelp roaring for his prey. And he pursued the wicked and sought them out, and them that troubled his people he burnt with fire. And his enemies were driven away for fear of him, and all the workers of iniquity were troubled. And salvation prospered in his hand. And he grieved many kings, and made Jacob glad with his works, and his memory is blessed forever. And he went through the cities of Judah, and destroyed the wicked out of them, and turned away wrath from Israel. And he was renowned even to the utmost part of the earth. And he gathered them that were perishing. And Apollonius gathered together the Gentiles, a numerous and great army from Samaria, to make war against Israel. And Judas understood it, and went forth to meet him. And he overthrew him and killed him. And many fell down slain, the rest fled away. And he took their spoils, and Judas took the sword of Apollonius, and fought with it all his lifetime. And Saron, captain of the army of Syria, heard that Judas had assembled a company of the faithful, and a congregation with him. And he said, I will get me a name, and will be glorified in the kingdom, and will overthrow Judas and those that are with him, that have despised the edicts of the king. And he made himself ready, and the host of the wicked went up with him, strong succors, to be revenged of the children of Israel. And they approached even as far as Bethoron. And Judas went forth to meet him with a small company. But when they saw the army coming to meet them, they said to Judas, How shall we, being few, be able to fight against so great a multitude and so strong? And we are ready to faint with fasting today. And Judas said, It is an easy matter for many to be shut up in the hands of a few. There was no difference in the sight of the God of heaven to deliver with a great multitude or with a small company. For the success of war is not in the multitude of the army, but strength cometh from heaven. They come against us with an insolent multitude, and with pride to destroy us and our wives and our children, and to take our spoils. But we will fight for our lives and our laws, and the Lord himself will overthrow them before our face. But as for you, fear them not. And as soon as he had made an end of speaking, he rushed suddenly upon them, and Saron and his host were overthrown before him. And he pursued him by the descent of Beth-thoron, even to the plain. And there fell of them 800 men. And the rest fled into the land of the Philistines. And the fear of Judas and of his brethren, and the dread of them, fell upon all the nations round about them. And his fame came to the king, and all nations told of the battles of Judas. Now when King Antiochus heard these words, he was angry in his mind, and he sent and gathered the forces of all his kingdom, an exceeding strong army, and he opened his treasury and gave out pay to the army for a year, and he commanded them that they should be ready for all things. And he perceived that the money of his treasurers failed, and that the tributes of the country were small because of the dissension, and the evil that he had brought upon the land, and he might take away the laws of old times. And he feared that he should not have as formerly enough for charges and gifts, which he had given before with a liberal hand, for he had abounded more than the kings that had been before him. And he was greatly perplexed in mind, and proposed to go into Persia, and to take tributes of the countries, and to gather much money. And he left Lysias, a noble man of the blood of royal, to oversee the affairs of the kingdom, from the river Euphrates even to the river of Egypt, and to bring up his son Antiochus till he came again. And he delivered to him half the army, and the elephants, and he gave him charge concerning all that he would have done, and concerning the inhabitants of Judea and Jerusalem, and that he should send an army against them, to destroy and root out the strength of Israel and the remnant of Jerusalem, and to take away the memory of them from that place, and that he should settle strangers to dwell in all their coasts, and divide their land by lot. So the king took the half of the army that remained, and went forth from Antioch, the chief city of his kingdom, in the 147th year, and he passed over the river Euphrates, and went through the higher countries. Then Lysias chose Ptolemy, the son of Dorminus, and Nicar, and Gorgias, mighty men of the king's friends, and he sent with them 40,000 men and 7,000 horsemen, to go into the land of Judah and to destroy it according to the king's orders. So they went forth with all their power, and came and pitched near Amas in the plain country. And the merchants of the countries heard the fame of them, and they took silver and gold in abundance and servants, and they came into the camp to buy the children of Israel for slaves. And there were joined to them the forces of Syria and of the land of the strangers. And Judas and his brethren saw that evils were multiplied, and that the armies approached to their borders. And they knew the orders the king had given to destroy the people and utterly abolish them. And they said, every man to his neighbor, Let us raise up the low condition of our people, and let us fight for our people and our sanctuary. The assembly was gathered that they might be ready for battle, and that they might pray and ask mercy and compassion. Now Jerusalem was not inhabited, but was like a desert. There was none of her children that went in or out, and the sanctuary was trodden down, and the children of strangers were in the castle. And there was the habitation of the Gentiles, and joy was taken away from Jacob, and the pipe and the harp ceased there. And they assembled together and came to Maspha over against Jerusalem, for in Maspha was a place of prayer heretofore in Israel. And they fasted that day, and put on haircloth, put ashes upon their heads, and they rent their garments, and they laid open the books of the law in which the Gentiles searched for the likeness of their idols. And they brought the priestly ornaments and the first fruits and tithes, and stirred up the Nazarites that had fulfilled their days. And they cried with a loud voice toward heaven, saying, What shall we do with these, and whither shall we carry them? For thy holies are trodden down and are profaned, and thy priests are in mourning and are brought low. And behold, the nations are come together against us to destroy us. Thou knowest what they intend against us. How shall we be able to stand before their face, unless thou, O God, help us? Then they sounded with trumpets, and cried out with a loud voice. And after this Judas appointed captains over the people, over thousands, and over hundreds, and over 50s, and over 10s. And he said to them that were building houses, or had betrothed wives, or were planting vineyards, or were fearful, that they should return every man to his house according to the law. So they removed the camp and pitched on the south side of Amas. And Judas said, Gird yourselves, and be valiant men, and be ready against the morning, that you may fight with these nations that are assembled against us to destroy us and our sanctuary. For it is better for us to die in battle than to see the evils of our nation and of the holies. Nevertheless, as it shall be the will of God in heaven, so be it done. Then Gorgias took 5,000 men, and 1,000 of the best horsemen, and they removed out of the camp by night, that they might come upon the camp of the Jews and strike them suddenly. And the men that were of the castle were their guides. And Judas heard of it, and rose up, he and the valiant men, to attack the king's forces that were in Amas. For as yet the army was dispersed from the camp, And Gorgias came by night into the camp of Judas, and found no man, and he sought them in the mountains. For he said, These men flee from us. And when it was day, Judas showed himself in the plain with 3,000 men only, who neither had armor nor swords. And they saw the camp of the Gentiles, that it was strong, and the men in breastplates, and the horsemen round about them, and these were trained up to war. And Judas said to the men that were with him, Fear ye not their multitude, neither be ye afraid of their assault. Remember in what manner our fathers were saved in the Red Sea, when Pharaoh pursued them with a great army. And now let us cry to heaven, and the Lord will have mercy on us, and will remember the covenant of our fathers, and will destroy this army before our face this day. And all nations shall know that there is one that redeemeth and delivereth Israel. And the strangers lifted up their eyes, and saw them coming against them. And they went out of the camp to battle, and they that were with Judas sounded the trumpet. And they joined battle, and the Gentiles were routed, and fled into the plain. But all the hindmost of them fell by the sword. And they pursued them as far as Gezeron, and even to the plains of Idumea, and of Azotus, and of Jamnia. And there fell of them to the number of 3,000 men. And Judas returned again with his army that followed him. And he said to the people, Be not greedy of the spoils, for there is war before us, and Gorgias and his army are near us in the mountain. But stand ye now against our enemies, and overthrow them, and you shall take the spoils afterwards with safety. And as Judas was speaking these words, behold, part of them appeared looking forth from the mountain. Gorgias saw that his men were put to flight, that they had set fire to the camp, for the smoke that was seen declared what was done. And when they had seen this, they were seized with great fear, seeing at the same time Judas and his army in the plain ready to fight. So they all fled away into the land of the strangers, and Judas returned to take the spoils of the camp. And they got much gold and silver and blue silk and purple of the sea, and great riches. And returning home, they sung a hymn, and blessed God in heaven, because he is good, because his mercy endureth forever. So Israel had a great deliverance that day. And such of the strangers as escaped went and told Lysias all that had happened. And when he had heard these things, he was amazed and discouraged, because things had not succeeded in Israel according to his mind, and as the king had commanded. So the year following, Lysias gathered together 70,000 chosen men, and 5,000 horsemen, that he might subdue them. And they came into Judea, and pitched their tents in Bethoron. And Judas met them with 10,000 men. And they saw that the army was strong, and he prayed and said, Blessed art thou, O Saviour of Israel, who didst break the violence of the mighty by the hand of thy servant David, and didst deliver up the camp of the strangers into the hands of Jonathan, the son of Saul, and of his armor-bearer. Shut up this army in the hands of thy people Israel, and let them be confounded in their host and their horsemen. Strike them with fear, and cause the boldness of their strength to languish, and let them quake at their own destruction. Cast them down with the sword of them that love thee, and let all that know thy name praise thee with hymns. And they joined battle, and there fell of the army Lysias 5,000 men. When Lysias saw that his men were put to flight, and how bold the Jews were, and that they were ready either to live or to die manfully, he went to Antioch, and chose soldiers, and that they might come again into Judea with greater numbers. Then Judas and his brethren said, Behold, our enemies are discomfited. Let us go up now to cleanse the holy places, and to repair them. And all the army assembled together, and they went up into Mount Sion. And they saw the sanctuary desolate, and the altar profaned, and the gates burnt, and shrubs growing up in the courts as in a forest, or on the mountains, and the chambers joining to the temple thrown down. And they rent their garments, and made great lamentation, and put ashes on their heads. And they fell face down to the ground on their faces, and they sounded with the trumpets of alarm, and they cried towards heaven. Then Judas appointed men to fight against them that were in the castle, till they had cleansed the holy places. And he chose priests without blemish, whose will was set upon the law of God. And they cleansed the holy places, and took away the stones that had been defiled into an unclean place. And he considered about the altar of holocaust that had been profaned, what he should do with it. And a good counsel came into their minds to pull it down. lest it should be a reproach to them, because the Gentiles had defiled it. So they threw it down. They laid up the stones in the mountain of the temple in a convenient place, till there should come a prophet and give answer concerning them. Then they took whole stones according to the law, and built a new altar according to the former. And they built up the holy places and the things that were within the temple. And they sanctified the temple and the courts. And they made new holy vessels, and brought in the candlestick, and the altar of incense in the temple, and table into the temple. And they put incense upon the altar, and lighted up the lamps that were upon the candlestick. And they gave light in the temple. And they set the loaves upon the table, and hung up the veils, and finished all the works that they had begun to make. And they arose before the morning on the 25th day of the 9th month, which is the month of Casliu, in the 148th year. And they offered sacrifice according to the law upon the new altar of holocaust which they had made, according to the time and according to the day wherein the heathens had defiled it. And the same was it dedicated anew with canticles and harps and lutes and cymbals. And all the people fell upon their faces and adored and blessed up to heaven him that had prospered them. And they kept the dedication of the altar 8 days. And they offered holocausts with joy and sacrifices of salvation and of praise. And they adorned the front of the temple with crowns of gold and escutcheons. And they renewed the gates and the chambers, and hanged doors upon them. And there was exceedingly great joy among the people, and the reproach of the Gentiles was turned away. And Judas and his brethren and all the church of Israel decreed that the day of the dedication of the altar should be kept in its season, year to year for 8 days, from the 25th day of the month of Casliu, with joy and gladness. They built up also at that time a Mount Sion, with high walls and strong towers round about, lest the Gentiles should at any time come and tread it down as they did before. And he placed a garrison there to keep it, and he fortified it to secure Bethsura, that the people might have a defense against Idumea. Now it came to pass, when the nations round about heard that the altar and the sanctuary were built up as before, that they were exceedingly angry, and they thought to destroy the generation of Jacob that were among them, that they began to kill some of the people and persecute them. Then Judas fought against the children of Esau in Idumea, and them that were in Arkabathaim, because they beset the Israelites round about, and he made a great slaughter of them. And he remembered the malice of the children of Bean, who were a snare and a stumbling block to the people, by lying in wait for them in the way. And they were shut up by him in towers, and he set upon them and devoted them to utter destruction, and burnt the towers with fire and all that were in them. Then he passed over to the children of Ammon, where he found a mighty power and much people, and Timotheus was their captain. And he fought many battles with them, and they were discomfited in their sight, and he smote them. And he took the city of Gazer and her towns, and returned into Judea. And the Gentiles that were in Galaad assembled themselves together against the Israelites that were in their quarters to destroy them. And they fled into the fortress of Datheman. And they sent letters to Judas and his brethren, saying, The heathens that are round about are gathered together against us to destroy us, and they are preparing to come and to take the fortress into which we are fled. Timotheus is the captain of their host. Now therefore come, and deliver us out of their hands, for many of us are slain, and all our brethren that were in the places of Tubin are killed. And they have carried away their wives and their children captives, and taken their spoils, and they have slain there almost 1,000 men. And while they were yet reading these letters, behold, there came other messengers out of Galilee with their garments rent, who related according to these words, saying that they of Ptolemais and of Tyre and of Sidon were assembled against them, and all Galilee is filled with strangers, and would consume us. Now when Judas and all the people heard these words, a great assembly met together to consider what they should do for their brethren that were in trouble, and were assaulted by them. And Judas said to Simon his brother, Choose thee men, and go and deliver thy brethren in Galilee, and I and my brother Jonathan will go into the country of Galilee. And he left Joseph, the son of Zacharias, and Azarias, captains of the people, with the remnant of the army in Judea, to keep it. And he commanded them, saying, Take ye the charge of this people, but make no war against the heathens till we return. Now 3,000 men were allotted to Simon, to go into Galilee, and 8,000 to Judas to go into the land of Galaad. Simon went into Galilee and fought many battles with the heathens. The heathens were discomfited before his face, and he pursued them even to the gate of Ptolemais. And there fell of the heathens almost 3,000 men. And he took the spoils of them, and he took with him those that were in Galilee, and in Arbatis with their wives and children and all that they had, and he brought them into Judea with great joy. And Judas Maccabees, and Jonathan his brother, passed over the Jordan, and went 3 days' journey through the desert. And the Nabateans met them, and received them in a peaceful manner, and told them all that happened to their brethren in the land of Galaad, and that many of them were shut up in Barasa, and in Bosor, and in Alima, and in Casphor, and in Mageth, and in Karnaim, all these strong and great cities. Yea, and that they were kept shut up in the rest of the cities of Galaad, and that they had appointed to bring their army on the morrow near to these cities, and to take them to destroy them all in one day. Then Judas and his army suddenly returned their march into the desert, to Bosor, and took the city. And he slew every male by the edge of the sword, and took all their spoils, and burnt it with fire. And they removed from thence by night, and went till they came to the fortress. And it came to pass that early in the morning, when they lifted up their eyes, behold, there were people without number, carrying ladders and engines to take the fortress, and assault them. And Judas saw that the fight was begun, and the cry of the battle went up to heaven like a trumpet, and a great cry after the city. And he said to his host, Fight ye today for your brethren. And he came with 3 companies behind them, and they sounded their trumpets, and cried out in prayer. And the host of Timotheus understood that it was Maccabees, and they fled away before his face, and they made a great slaughter of them, and there fell of them in that day almost 8,000 men. And Judas turned aside to Mazvah, and assaulted, and took it, and he slew every male thereof, and took the spoils thereof, and burnt it with fire. From thence he marched and took Casbon, and Mageth, and Bosor, the rest of the cities of Galaad. But after this Timotheus gathered another army, and camped over against Raphon beyond the torrent. And Judas sent men to view the army, and they brought him word, saying, All the nations that are round about us are assembled unto him, an army exceedingly great. And they have hired the Arabians to help them, and they have pitched their tents beyond the torrent, ready to come to fight against thee. And Judas went to meet them. And Timotheus said to the captains of his army, When Judas and his army come near the torrent of water, if he pass over unto us first, we shall not be able to withstand him, for he will certainly prevail over us. But if he be afraid to pass over, and camp on the other side of the river, we will pass over to them, and shall prevail against him. Now when Judas came near the torrent of water, he set the scribes of the people by the torrent, and commanded them, saying, Suffer no man to stay behind, but let all come to the battle. And he passed over to them first, and all the people after him, and all the heathens were disconcerted before them. And they threw away their weapons, and fled to the temple that was in Karnaim. And he took that city, and the temple he burnt with fire, with all things that were therein. And Karnaim was subdued, and could not stand against the face of Judas. And Judas gathered together all the Israelites that were in the land of Galaad, from the least even to the greatest, and their wives and children, and an army exceedingly great, to come into the land of Judah. And they came as far as Ephron. Now this was a great city situated in the way, strongly fortified, and there was no means to turn from it on the right hand or on the left, but the way was through the midst of it. And they that were in the city shut themselves in, and stopped up the gates with stones. And Judas sent to them with peaceable words, saying, Let us pass through your land, to go into our country, and no man shall hurt you. We will only pass through on foot. But they would not open to them. Then Judas commanded proclamation to be made in the camp, that they should make an assault, every man in the place where he was. And the men of the army drew near, and he assaulted that city all the day and all the night, and the city was delivered into his hands. And they slew every male with the edge of the sword, and he razed the city, and took the spoils thereof, and passed through all the city over them that were slain. Then they passed over the Jordan to the great plain that is over against Bethsan. And Judas gathered together the hindmost, and he exhorted the people all the way through, till they came into the land of Judah. And they went up to Mount Sion with joy and gladness, and offered holocausts, because not one of them was slain, till they had returned in peace. Now in the days that Judas and Jonathan were in the land of Galaad, and Simon his brother in Galilee before Ptolemais, Joseph the son of Zacharias, and Azarias captain of the soldiers, heard of the good success in the battles that were fought. And he said, Let us also get us a name, and let us go fight against the Gentiles that are round about us. And he gave charge to them that were in his army, and they went towards Jamnia. And Gorgias and his men went out of the city to give them battle, and Joseph and Azarias were put to fight, and were pursued unto the borders of Judea. And there fell on that day of the people of Israel about 2,000 men. And there was a great overthrow of the people, because they did not hearken to Judas and his brethren, thinking that they should do manfully. But they were not of the seed of those men by whom salvation was brought to Israel. And the men of Judah were magnified exceedingly in the sight of all Israel, and all the nations where their name was heard, and people assembled to them with joyful acclamations. Then Judas and his brethren went forth and attacked the children of Esau in the land to the south, and he took Hebron and her towns. And he burnt the walls thereof and the towers all around it, and he removed his camp to go into the land of the aliens, and he went through Samaria. In that day some priests fell in battle, while desiring to do manfully, they went out unadvisedly to fight. And Judas returned to Azotus into the land of the strangers, and he threw down their altars, and he burnt the statues of their gods with fire, and he took the spoils of the cities, and returned into the land of Judah. Now King Antiochus was going through the higher countries, and he heard that the city of Elmias in Persia was greatly renowned, and abounding in silver and gold, and that there was in it a temple exceedingly rich, and coverings of gold, and breastplates and shields, which King Alexander, son of Philip the Macedonian, that reigned first in Greece, had left there. Lo, he came and sought to take the city and to pillage it. But he was not able, because the design was known to them that were in the city. And they rose up against him in battle, and fled away from thence, and departed with great sadness, and returned towards Babylonia. And whilst he was in Persia, there came one that told him how the armies that were in the land of Judah were put to fight, and that Lysias went through with a very great power, and was put to fight before the face of the Jews, and that they were grown strong by the armor and power and store of spoils, which they had gotten out of the camps which they had destroyed, and that they had thrown down the abomination which he had set up upon the altar in Jerusalem, and that they had compassed about the sanctuary with high walls as before, in Bethsura also his city. And it came to pass, when the king heard these words, that he was struck with fear and exceedingly moved. And he laid himself down upon his bed, and fell sick for grief, because it had not fallen out to him as he imagined. And remained there many days, for great grief came more and more and more upon him. And he made account that he should die. And he called for all his friends, and said to them, Sleep is gone from my eyes, and I am fallen away, and my heart is cast down for anxiety. And I said in my heart, Into how much tribulation am I come, and into what floods of sorrow wherein now I am, that I was pleasant and beloved in my power. But now I remember the evils that I have done in Jerusalem, from whence also I took away all the spoils of gold and of silver that were in it. And I sent to destroy the inhabitants of Judah without cause. I know therefore that for this cause these evils have found me. And behold, I perish with great grief in a strange land. Then he called Philip, one of his friends, and he made him regent over all his kingdom. And he gave him the crown, and his robe, and his ring, and he should go to Antiochus his son, and should bring him up for the kingdom. So King Antiochus died there in the year 149. And Lysias understood that the king was dead, and he set up Antiochus his son to reign, whom he brought up young, and he called his name Eupator. Now they that were in the castle had shut up the Israelites round about the holy places, and they were continually seeking their hurt, and to strengthen the Gentiles. And Judas purposed to destroy them. And he called together all the people to besiege them. And they came together and besieged them in the year 150. And they made batterings, slings, and engines. And some of the besieged got out, and some wicked men of Israel joined themselves unto them. And they went to the king and said, How long dost thou delay to execute thy judgment and to revenge our brethren? We determined to serve thy father and to do according to his orders and to obey his edicts. And for this they of our nation are alienated from us, and have slain as many of us as they could find, and have spoiled our inheritances. Neither have they put forth their hand against us only, but also against all our borders. And behold, they have approached this day to the castle of Jerusalem to take it, and they have fortified the stronghold of Bethsura. And unless thou speedily prevent them, they will do greater things than these, and thou shalt not be able to subdue them. Now when the king heard this, he was angry, and he called together all his friends, and the captains of his army, and them that were over the horsemen. There came also to him from other realms, and from the islands of the sea hired troops, and the number of his army was 100,000 footmen, and 20,000 horsemen, and 32 elephants trained to battle. And they went through Idumea, and approached to Bethsura, and fought many days, and they made engines. But they sailed forth, and burnt them with fire, and fought manfully. And Judas departed from the castle, and removed the camp to Bethzakaram, over against the king's camp. And the king rose before it was light, and made his troops march on fiercely towards the way of Bethzakaram. And the armies made themselves ready for the battle. And they sounded the trumpets, and they showed the elephants the blood of the grapes and mulberries to provoke them to fight. And they distributed the beasts by the legions. And there stood by every elephant 1,000 men in coats of mail, and with helmets of brass on their heads, and 500 horsemen set in order, were chosen for every beast. These before the time wheresoever the beast was, there were there, and whithersoever it went, they went. They departed not from it. And upon the beasts there were strong wooden towers, which covered every one of them, and engines upon them, and upon every one 32 valiant men, who fought from above, and an Indian to rule the beast. And the rest of the horsemen he placed on his side, and on the side at the two wings, with trumpets, to stir up the army, to hasten them forward, that stood thick together in the legions thereof. Now when the sun shone upon the shields of gold and of brass, the mountains glittered therewith, and they shone like lamps of fire. And part of the king's army was distinguished by the high mountains, and the other part by the low places. And they marched on warily and orderly, and all the inhabitants of the land were moved at the noise of their multitude, and the marching of the army, and the rattling of the armor, for the army was exceedingly great and strong. And Judas and his army drew near for battle, and there fell of the king's army 600 men. And Eleazar the son of Sarah saw one of the beasts harnessed with the king's harness, and it was higher than the other beasts. And it seemed to him that the king was on it, and he exposed himself to deliver his people, and to get himself an everlasting name. And he ran up to it boldly, in the midst of the legion, killing on the right hand and on the left. And they fell by him, on this side and that side. And he went between the feet of the elephant, and put himself under it, and slew it. And it fell to the ground upon him, and he died there. Then they, seeing the strength of the king, and the fierceness of his army, turned away from them. But the king's army went up against them to Jerusalem, and the king's army pitched their tents against Judea and Mount Sion. And he made peace with them that were in Bethsora. And they came forth out of the city, because they had no victuals, being shut up there, for it was the year of rest to the land. And the king took Bethsura, and he placed there a garrison to keep it. And he turned his army against the sanctuary for many days. And he set up there battering slings, and engines and instruments to cast fire, and engines to cast stones and javelins, and pieces to shoot arrows and slings. And they also made engines against their engines, and they fought for many days. But there were no victuals in the city, because it was the 7th year. And such as had stayed in Judea of them that came from among the nations had eaten the residue of all that which had been stored up. And there remained in the holy places but a few, for the famine had prevailed over them, and they were dispersed every man to his own place. Now Lysias heard that Philip, whom King Antiochus, while he lived, had appointed to bring up his son Antiochus, and who reigned to be king, would return from Persia and Media with the army that went with him, and that he sought to take upon him the affairs of the kingdom. Wherefore he made haste to go, and say to the king and to the captains of the army, We decay daily, and our provision of victuals is small, and the place that we lay siege to is strong, and it lieth upon us to take order for the affairs of the kingdom. Now therefore let us come to an agreement with these men, and make peace with them and with all their nation, and let us covenant with them, that they may live according to their own laws as before. For people of our despising their laws, they have been provoked, and have done all these things. And the proposal was acceptable in the sight of the king and of the princes, and he sent to them to make peace. And they accepted of it. And the king and the princes swore to them, and they came out of the stronghold. Then the king entered into Mount Sion, and saw all the strength of the place, and he quickly broke the oath that he had taken, and gave commandment to throw down the wall round about. And he departed in haste, and returned to Antioch, where he found Philip master of the city, and he fought against him, and took the city. In the 151st year, Demetrius the son of Seleucus departed from the city of Rome, and came up with a few men into the city of the seacoast, and reigned there. And it came to pass, as he entered into the house of the kingdom of his fathers, that the army seized upon Antiochus and Lysias to bring them unto him. And when he knew it, he said, Let me not see their face. So the army slew them. And Demetrius sat upon the throne of his kingdom, and there came to him the wicked and ungodly men of Israel. And Alcimus was at the head of them, who desired to be made high priest. And they accused the people to the king, saying, Judas and his brethren have destroyed all thy friends, and he hath driven us out of our land. Now therefore send some man whom thou trustest, and let him go and see all the havoc he hath made amongst us in the king's lands, and let him punish all his friends and their helpers. Then the king chose Bacchides, one of the friends that ruled beyond the great river in the kingdom, and was faithful to the king. And he sent him to see the havoc that Judas had made. And the wicked Alcimus he made high priest, and commanded him to take revenge upon the children of Israel. And they arose and came with a great army into the land of Judah, and they sent messengers and spoke to Judas and his brethren with peaceable words deceitfully. But they gave no heed to their words, for they saw that they were come with a great army. Then there assembled to Alcimus and Bacchides a company of the scribes to require things that are just. And first the Assyrians that were among the children of Israel, and they sought peace of them. For they said, One that is a priest of the seed of Aaron is come, he will not deceive us. And he spoke to them peaceably, and he swore to them, saying, We will do you no harm, nor your friends. And they believed him, and he took their 70 of them, and slew them in one day, according to the word that is written. The flesh of thy saints and the blood of them they have shed round about Jerusalem, and there was none to bury them. Then fear and trembling fell upon all the people, for they said, There is no truth nor justice among them, for they have broken the covenant and the oath which they made. And Bacchides removed the camp from Jerusalem, and pitched in Bethzekah, and he sent and took many of them that were fled away from him, and some of the people he killed, and threw them into a great pit. Then he committed the country to Alcimus, and left with him troops to help him. So Bacchides went away to the king. But Alcimus did what he could to maintain his chief priesthood. And they that disturbed the people restored to him, and they got to the land of Judah into their power, and did much hurt in Israel. And Judah saw all the evils that Alcimus and they that were with him did to the children of Israel, much more than the Gentiles. And he went out into all the coasts of Judah round about, and took vengeance upon the men that had revolted, and they ceased to go forth any more into the country. And Alcimus saw that Judas and they that were with him prevailed, and he knew that he could not stand against them. And he went back to the king and accused them of many crimes. And the king sent Nicanor, one of his principal lords, who was a great enemy to Israel, and he commanded him to destroy the people. Nicanor came to Jerusalem with a great army, and he sent to Judas and to his brethren deceitfully with friendly words, saying, Let there be no fighting between me and you. I will come with a few men to see your faces with peace. And he came to Judas, and they saluted one another peaceably. And the enemies were prepared to take away Judas by force. And the thing was known to Judas that he was come to him with deceit, and he was much afraid of him, and he would not see his face any more. And Nicanor knew that his counsel was discovered, and he went out to fight against Judas near Kafar Salama. And there fell of Nicanor's army almost 5,000 men, and they fled into the city of David. And after this Nicanor went up into Mount Sihon. Some of the priests and the people came out to salute him peaceably, and to show him the holocausts that were offered for the king. But he mocked them and despised them and abused them, and he spoke proudly, and swore in anger, saying, Unless Judas and his army be delivered into my hands, as soon as ever I return in peace, I will burn this house. And he went out in a great rage. And the priests went in and stood before the face of the altar and the temple. And weeping they said, Thou, O Lord, hast chosen this house for thy name to be called upon therein, that it might be a house of prayer and supplication for thy people. Be avenged of this man and his army, and let them fall by the sword. Remember their blasphemies, and suffer them not to continue any longer. Then Nicanor went out from Jerusalem, and encamped near Bethoron, and an army of Syria joined him. But Judas pitched in Adarsa with 3,000 men. And Judas prayed and said, O Lord, when they that were sent by King Sennacherib blasphemed thee, an angel went out and slew of them 185,000. Even so, destroy this army in our sight today, and let the rest know that he hath spoken ill against thy sanctuary, and judge thou him according to his wickedness. And the armies joined battle on the 13th day of the month of Adar, and the army of Nicanor was defeated, and he himself was first slain in the battle. And when his army saw that Nicanor was slain, they threw away their weapons and fled. And they pursued after them 1 day's journey from Adazer, even till he come to Gazara. And they sounded the trumpets after them with signals. And they went forth out of all the towns of Judea round about, and they pushed them with the horns, and they turned again to them, and they were all slain with the sword. And there was not left of them so much as one. And they took the spoils of them for a booty, and they cut off Nicanor's head and his right hand, which he had proudly stretched out, and they brought it, and hung it up over against Jerusalem. And the people rejoiced exceedingly, and they spent that day with great joy. And he ordained that this day should be kept every year, being the 13th of the month of Adar. And the land of Judah was quiet for a short time. Now Judas heard of the fame of the Romans, that they were all powerful and strong, and willingly agreed to all things that are requested of them, and that whosoever have come to them, they have made amity with them, and that they are mighty in power. And they heard of their battles and their noble acts, which they had done in Galatia, how they conquered them and brought them under tribute, and how great things they had done in the land of Spain, and that they had brought under their power the mines of silver and of gold that are there, and had gotten possession of all the place by their counsel and patience, and had conquered places that were very far off from them, and kings that came against them from the ends of the earth, and had overthrown them with great slaughter, and the rest pay them tribute every year, and that they had defeated in battle Philip, and Perez, the king of the Chetians, and the rest that had borne arms against them and had conquered them, and how Antiochus, the great king of Asia, who went to fight against them, having 120 elephants with horsemen and chariots, and a very great army, was routed by them, and how they took him alive and appointed to him, that both he and they that should reign after him should pay a great tribute, and that he should give hostages, and that which was agreed upon in the country of the Indians, and of the Medes, and of the Lydians, some of the best provinces, and those which they had taken from them they gave to King Eumenes, and that they who were in Greece had a mind to go and destroy them, and they had knowledge thereof, and they sent a general against them, and fought with them, and many of them were slain, and they carried away their wives and their children captives, and spoiled them, and took possession of their land, and threw down their walls, and brought them to be their servants unto this day. and the other kingdoms and islands that at any time had resisted them they had destroyed and brought under their power. But with their friends and such as relied upon them, they kept amity, and had conquered kingdoms that were near and that were far off, for all that heard their name were afraid of them, that whom they had a mind to help to a kingdom, those reigned in whom they would. They deposed from a kingdom, and they were greatly exalted, and none of all these were a crown, or was clothed in purple to be magnified thereby, and that they made themselves a senate house, and consulted daily 320 men, that sat in council always for the people, that they might do the things that were right, and that they committed their government to one man every year, to rule over all their country, and they all obey one, and there is no envy, nor jealousy amongst them. So Judas chose Eupolemus, the son of John, the son of Jacob, and Jason, the son of Eleazar, and he sent them to Rome to make a league of amity and confederacy with them, and that they might take off from them the yoke of the Grecians, for they saw that they oppressed the kingdom of Israel with servitude. And they went to Rome, a very long journey, and they entered into the Senate house and said, Judas Maccabeus and his brethren and the people of the Jews have sent us to you, to make alliance and peace with you, that we may be registered your confederates and friends. And the proposal was pleasing in their sight. And this is the copy of the writing that they wrote back again, graven in tables of brass and sent to Jerusalem, that it might be with them there for a memorial of the peace and alliance. Good success be to the Romans and to the people of the Jews by sea and by land forever, and far be the sword an enemy from them. But if there come first any war upon the Romans or any of their confederates in all their dominions, the nation of the Jews shall help them according as the time shall direct with all their heart. Neither shall they give them, whilst they are fighting, or furnish them with wheat or arms or money or ships, as it hath seemed good to the Romans, and they shall obey their orders without taking anything of them. In like manner also, if war shall come first upon the nation of the Jews, the Romans shall help them with all their heart, according as the time shall permit them. And there shall not be given to them that come to their aid either wheat or arms or money or ships, as it hath seemed good to the Romans, and they shall observe their orders without deceit. According to these articles did the Romans covenant with the people of the Jews. And if after this one party of the other shall have a mind to add to these articles, or take away anything, they may do it at their pleasure. And whatsoever they shall add or take away shall be ratified. Moreover, concerning the evils that Demetrius the king hath done against them, we have written to him, saying, Why hast thou made thy yoke heavy upon our friends and allies the Jews? If therefore they come again to us complaining of thee, we will do them justice, and will make war against thee by sea and land. In the meantime, when Demetrius heard that Nicanor and his army were fallen in battle, he sent again Maccabees and Alcimus into Judea, and the right wing of his army with him. And they took the road that leadeth to Galgal, and they camped at Masaloth, which is in Arbela, and they made themselves masters of it, and slew many people. In the first month of the 152nd year, they brought the army to Jerusalem, and they arose and went to Berea with 20,000 men and 2,000 horsemen. Now Judas had pitched his tents in Laissa, and 3,000 chosen men with him. And they saw the multitude of the army, that they were many, and they were seized with great fear. And many withdrew themselves out of the camp, and there remained of them no more than 800 men. And Judas saw that his army slipped away, and the battle pressed upon him, and his heart was cast down, because he had not time to gather them together, and he was discouraged. Then he said to them that remained, Let us arise and go against our enemies, if we may be able to fight against them. But they dissuaded him, saying, We shall not be able, but let us save our lives now, and return to our brethren, and then we will fight against them, for we are but few. Then Judas said, God forbid we should do this thing, and flee away from them. But if our time be come, let us die manfully for our brethren, and let us not stain our glory. And the army removed out of the camp, and they stood over against them. And the horsemen were divided into 2 troops, and the slingers and the archers went before the army, and they that were in front were all men of valor. Bacchides was in the right wing, and the legion drew near on two sides. And they sounded the trumpets, and they also were on Judas's side. Even they also cried out, and the earth shook at the noise of the armies. And the battle was fought from morning even unto the evening. And Judas perceived that the stronger part of the army of Bacchides was on the right side, and all the stout of the heart came together with him. And the right wing was discomfited by them. He pursued them even to the Mount Azotus. And they that were in the left wing saw that the right wing was discomfited, and they followed after Judas, and them that were with him at their attack. And the battle was hard fought, and there fell many wounded of the one side and of the other, and Judas was slain. And the rest fled away, and Jonathan and Simon took Judas their brother, and buried him in the sepulchre of their fathers in the city of Modin. And all the people of Israel bewailed him with great lamentation. And they mourned for him many days, and said, How was the mighty man fallen that saved the people of Israel? But the rest of the words of the wars of Judas, and of the noble acts that he did, and of his greatness are not written, for they were very many. And it came to pass after the death of Judas, that the wicked began to put forth their heads in all the confines of Israel, and all the workers of iniquity rose up. In those days there was a very great famine, and they and all their country yielded to Bacchides. And Bacchides chose the wicked men, and made them lords of the country. And they sought out and made diligent search after the friends of Judas, and brought them to Bacchides. And he took vengeance upon them, and abused them. There was a great tribulation in Israel, such as was not since the day that there was no prophet seen in Israel. And all the friends of Judas came together and said to Jonathan, Since thy brother Judas died, there was not a man like him to go forth against our enemies Bacchides, and them that are the enemies of our nation. Therefore we have chosen thee this day to be our prince, and captain in his stead to fight our battles. So Jonathan took upon him the government at that time, and rose up in the place of Judas his brother. And Bacchides had knowledge of it, and sought to kill him. And Jonathan and Simon his brother knew it, and all that were with him. And they fled into the desert of Tekoa. They pitched by the water of the lake Asphar. And Bacchides understood it, and he came himself with all his army over the Jordan on the Sabbath day. And Jonathan sent his brother a captain of the people, to desire the Nabutheans his friends, that they would lend them their equipage, which was copious. And the children of Jambri came forth out of Madaba, and took John and all that he had, and went away with them. After this it was told Jonathan and Simon his brother, that the children of Jambri made a great marriage, and were bringing the bride out of Madaba, the daughter of one of the great princes of Canaan, with great pomp. And they remembered the blood of John their brother, and they went up and hid themselves under the covert of the mountain. And they lifted up their eyes and saw, and behold, a tumult and great preparation. And the bridegroom came forth, and his friends, and his brethren to meet them with timbrels and musical instruments and many weapons. And they rose up against them from the place where they lay to ambush, and slew them. And there fell many wounded. And the rest fled into the mountains, and they took all their spoils. And the marriage was turned into mourning, and the noise of their musical instruments into lamentation. And they took revenge for the blood of their brother. And they returned to the bank of the Jordan, and Bacchides heard it. And he came on the Sabbath day even to the bank of the Jordan with a great power. And Jonathan said to his company, Let us arise and fight against our enemies, for it is not now as yesterday and the day before. And behold, the battle is before us, and the water of the Jordan on this side and on that side, and banks and marshes and woods. And there was no place for us to turn aside. Now therefore cry ye to heaven, that ye may be delivered from the hand of your enemies. And they joined battle. And Jonathan stretched forth his hand to strike Bacchides. But he turned away from him backwards, and Jonathan and they that were with him leaped into the Jordan, and swam over the Jordan to them. And there fell of Bacchides' side that day 1,000 men. And they returned to Jerusalem, and they built strong cities in Judea, the fortress that was in Jericho, and in Amas, and in Bethoron, and in Bethel, and in Thamnata, and Farah, and Topo, and with high walls and gates and bars. And he placed garrisons in them, that they might wage war against Israel. And he fortified the city of Bethsura, and Gazara, and the castle, and set garrisons in them, and provisions of victuals. And he took the sons of the chief men of the country for hostages, put them in the castle in Jerusalem in custody. Now in the year 153, the second month, Alchemus commanded the walls of the inner court of the sanctuary to be thrown down, and the works of the prophets to be destroyed. And he began to be destroyed, and began to destroy. At that time Alchemus was struck, and his works were hindered, and his mouth was stopped, and he was taken with a palsy, so that he could no more speak a word, nor give order concerning his house. And Alchemus died at that time in great torment. And Bacchides saw that Alchemus was dead, and returned to the king, and the land was quiet for 2 years. And all the wicked held a council, saying, Behold, Jonathan, and they that are with him, dwell at ease, and without fear. Now therefore let us bring Bacchides hither, and he shall take them all in one night. So they went and gave him counsel. And he arose to come with a great army, and he sent secretly letters to his adherents that were in Judea to seize upon Jonathan and them that were with him. But they could not, for the design was known to them. And he apprehended of the men of the country, that were the principal authors of the mischief, 50 men, and slew them, and Jonathan and Simon. And they that were with him retired into Bethsbesen, which is in the desert, and he repaired the breaches thereof, and they fortified it. And when Bacchides knew it, he gathered together all his multitude, and sent word to them that were of Judea. And he came and camped above Bethsbesen, and fought against it many days, and made engines. But Jonathan left his brother Simon in the city, and went forth into the country, and came with a number of men, and struck Odalis, and his brethren, and the children of Phaseron in their tents. And he began to slay, and to increase in forces. But Simon and they that were with him sallied out of the city, and burnt the engines. And they fought against Bacchides, and he was discomfited by them. And they afflicted him exceedingly, for his counsel and his enterprise was in vain. And he was angry with the wicked men that had given him counsel to come into their country, and he slew many of them, and he proposed to return with the rest into their country. And Jonathan had knowledge of it, and he sent ambassadors to him to make peace with him, and to restore to him the prisoners. And he accepted it willingly, and did according to his words, and swore that he would do him no harm all the days of his life. And he restored to him the prisoners which he before had taken out of the land of Judah. And he returned and went away into his own country. And he came no more into their borders. So the sword ceased from Israel. And Jonathan dwelt in Maccabees. Jonathan began there to judge the people, and he destroyed the wicked out of Israel. Now in the 116th year, Alexander the son of Antiochus, surnamed the Illustrious, came up and took Ptolemais, and they received him, and he reigned there. And King Demetrius heard of it, and gathered together an exceedingly great army, and went forth against him to fight. And Demetrius sent a letter to Jonathan with peaceable words to magnify him, for he said, Let us first make peace with him before he make one with Alexander against us. For we will remember all the evils that we have done against him and against his brother and against his nation. And he gave him authority to gather together an army and to make arms, that he should be his confederate. And the hostages that were in the castle he commanded to be delivered to him. Jonathan came to Jerusalem, and read the letters in the hearing of all the people, and of them that were in the castle. And they were struck with great fear, because they heard that the king had given him authority to gather together an army, and the hostages were delivered to Jonathan, and he restored them to their parents. And Jonathan dwelt in Jerusalem, and began to build and to repair the city. And he ordered workmen to build the walls and Mount Sion round about with square stones for fortification. And so they did. And the strangers that were in the strongholds which Bacchides had built fled away, and every man left his place, and departed into his own country. Only in Bethsura there remained some of them that had forsaken the law and the commandments of God, for this was a place of refuge for them. And King Alexander heard of the promises that Demetrius had made Jonathan, and they told him of the battles and the worthy acts that he and his brethren had done, and the labors that they had endured. And he said, Shall we find such another man? Now therefore we will make him our friend and our confederate. So he wrote a letter, and sent it to him according to these words, saying, King Alexander to his brother Jonathan, greeting. We have heard of thee that thou art a man of great power, and fit to be our friend. Now therefore we make thee this day high priest of thy nation, that thou be called the king's friend, and he sent him a purple robe, and a crown of gold, and that thou be of one mind with us in our affairs, and keep friendship with us. Then Jonathan put on the holy vestment in the 7th month, in the year 160, at the feast day of the tabernacles, and he gathered together an army and made a great number of arms. And Demetrius heard these words, and was exceedingly sorry, and said, What is this that we have done, that Alexander hath prevented us to gain the friendship of the Jews, to strengthen himself? I also will write to them words of request, and offer dignities and gifts, that they may be with me to aid me. And he wrote to them in these words, King Demetrius, to the nation of the Jews, greeting. Whereas you have kept covenant with us, and have continued in our friendship, and have not joined with our enemies, we have heard of it, and are glad. Wherefore now continue still to keep fidelity towards us, and we will reward you with good things, for what you have done in our behalf. And we will remit to you many charges, and will give you gifts, and now I free you, and all the Jews from tributes. And I release you from the customs of salt, and remit the crowns and the thirds of the seed, and the half of the fruit of trees, which is my share, I leave to you from this day forward, so that it shall not be taken of the land of Judah, and of the 3 cities that are added thereto out of the Samaria and Galilee, from this day forth and forever. And let Jerusalem be holy and free with the borders thereof, and let the tents and tributes be for itself. I yield up also the power of the castle that is in Jerusalem, and I give it to the high priest, to place therein such men as he shall choose to keep it. And every soul of the Jews that hath been carried captive from the land of Judah in all my kingdom I set at liberty freely, that all be discharged from tributes even of their cattle. And I will that all the feasts and the Sabbaths and the new moons and the days appointed, and 3 days before the solemn day and 3 days after the solemn day, be all days of immunity and freedom for all the Jews that are in my kingdom. And no man shall have power to do anything against them, or to molest any of them in any case, in any cause. And let there be enrolled in the king's army to the number of 30,000 of the Jews, and allowance shall be made them as is due to all the king's forces. And certain of them shall be appointed to be in the fortresses of the great king, and some of them shall be set over the affairs of the kingdom, that are of trust, and let the governors be taken from among themselves, and let them walk in their own laws, as the king hath commanded in the land of Judah. And the 3 cities that are added to Judea, out of the country of Samaria, let them be accounted with Judea, that they may be under one, and obey no other authority but that of the high priest. Ptolemais and the confines thereof I give as a free gift to the holy places that are in Jerusalem, for the necessary charges of the holy things. And I give every year 15,000 sickles of silver, out of the king's accounts, of what belongs to me. And all that is above, which is they that were over the affairs the years before, had not paid, from this time they shall give it to the works of the house. Moreover, the 5,000 sickles of silver, which they received from the account of the holy places every year, shall also belong to the priests that execute the ministry. And whosoever shall flee into the temple that is in Jerusalem, and in all the borders thereof, being indebted to the king for any matter, let them be set at liberty, and all that they have in my kingdom, let them have it free. For the building also, or repairing the works of the holy places, the charges shall be given out of the king's revenues. For the building also of the walls of Jerusalem, and the fortifying thereof round about, the charges shall be given out of the king's account, as also for the building of the walls in Judea. Now when Jonathan and the people heard these words, they gave no credit to them, nor received them, because they remembered the great evil that he had done in Israel, for he had afflicted them exceedingly. And their inclinations were towards Alexander, because he had been the chief promoter of peace in their regard, and him they always helped. And King Alexander gathered together a great army, and moved his camp near to Demetrius. And the 2 kings joined battle, and the army of Demetrius fled away, and Alexander pursued after him, and pressed them close. And the battle was hard fought, till the sun went down, and Demetrius was slain that day. And Alexander sent ambassadors to Ptolemy, king of Egypt, with words to this effect, saying, Forasmuch as I am returned into my kingdom, and am set in the throne of my ancestors, and have gotten the dominion, and have overthrown Demetrius, and possessed our country, and have joined battle with him, and both he and his army have been destroyed by us. We are placed in the throne of his kingdom. Now therefore let us make friendship one with another, and give me now thy daughter to wife. And I will be thy son-in-law, and I will give both thee and her gifts worthy of thee. King Ptolemy answered, saying, Happy is the day wherein thou didst return to the land of thy fathers, and satest in the throne of thy kingdom. Now I will do to thee as thou hast written, but meet me at Ptolemais, that we may see one another, and I may give her to thee as thou hast said. So Ptolemy went out of Egypt, and Cleopatra his daughter, and he came to Ptolemais in the 162nd year. And King Alexander met him, and he gave him his daughter Cleopatra, and he celebrated her marriage at Ptolemais with great glory after the manner of kings. And King Alexander wrote to Jonathan that he should come and meet him, and he went honorably to Ptolemais, and he went there, 2 kings, and gave them much silver and gold and presents, and he found favor in their sight. And some pestilent men of Israel, men of a wicked life, assembled themselves against him to accuse him, and the king gave no heed to them. And he commanded that Jonathan's garments should be taken off, and that he should be clothed with purple. And they did so. And the king made him sit by himself, and he said to his princes, Go out with him into the midst of the city, and make a proclamation, that no man complain against him of any matter, and that no man trouble him for any manner of cause. So when his accusers saw his glory proclaimed, and him clothed with purple, they all fled away. And the king magnified him, and enrolled him amongst his chief friends, and made him governor and partaker of his dominion. And Jonathan returned into Jerusalem with peace and joy. In the year 165, Demetrius, the son of Demetrius, came from Crete into the land of his fathers. And King Alexander heard of it, and was much troubled, and returned to Antioch. And King Demetrius made Apollonius his general, who was governor of Celesyria. And he gathered together a great army, and came to Jamnia. And he sent to Jonathan the high priest, saying, Thou alone standest against us, and I am laughed at and reproached, because thou showest thy power against us in the mountains. Now therefore if thou trustest in thy forces, come down to us into the plain, and there let us try one another. For with me is the strength of war. Ask and learn who I am, and the rest that help me, who also say that your foot cannot stand before our face, for thy fathers have twice been put to flight in their own land. And now how wilt thou be able to abide the horsemen, and so great an army in the plain, where there is no stone, nor rock, nor place to flee to? Now when Jonathan heard the words of Apollonius, he was moved in his mind, and he chose 10,000 men, and went out of Jerusalem. And Simon and his brother met him to help him. And they pitched their tents near Joppa, but they shut him out of the city, because a garrison of Apollonius was in Joppa, and he laid siege to it. And they that were in the city, being affrighted, opened the gates to him. So Jonathan took Joppa. And Apollonius heard of it, and he took 3,000 horsemen and a great army, and he went to Azotus as one that was making a journey, and immediately he went forth into the plain, because he had a great number of horsemen, and he trusted in them. And Jonathan followed after him to Azotus. And they joined battle, and Apollonius left privately in the camp 1,000 horsemen behind them. And Jonathan knew that there was an ambush behind him, and they surrounded his army, and cast darts at the people from morning till evening. But the people stood still, as Jonathan had commanded them, and so their horses were fatigued. Then Simon drew forth his army, and attacked the legion. For the horsemen were wearied, and they were discomfited by him, and fled. And they that were scattered about the plain fled into Azotus, and went into Beth-Dagon, their idol's temple, there to save themselves. But Jonathan set fire to Azotus and the cities that were around it, and took the spoils of them and the temple of Dagon, and all them that were fled into it, and he burnt with fire. So they that were slain by the sword, with them that were burnt, were almost 8,000 men. And Jonathan removed his army from thence, and camped against Askelon. And they went out of the city to meet him with great honor. And Jonathan returned into Jerusalem with his people, having many spoils. And it came to pass, when Alexander the Great heard these words, that he honored Jonathan yet more. And he sent him a buckle of gold, as the custom is, to be given to such as are of the royal blood. And he gave him Ekron and all the borders thereof in possession. And the king of Egypt gathered together an army, like the sand that lieth upon the seashore, and many ships. And he sought to get the kingdom of Alexander by deceit, and join it to his own kingdom. And he went out into Syria with peaceable words, and they opened to him the cities, and met him. For King Alexander had ordered them to go forth to meet him, because he was his father-in-law. Now when Ptolemy entered into the cities, he put garrisons of soldiers in every city. And when he came near to Azotus, they showed him the temple of Dagon that was burnt with fire, and Azotus and the suburbs thereof that were destroyed, and the bodies that were cast abroad, and the graves of them that were slain in the battle, which they had made near the way. And they told the king that Jonathan had done these things to make him odious, but the king held his peace. And Jonathan came to meet the king at Joppa with glory, and they saluted one another, and they lodged there. And Jonathan went with the king as far as the river, called Eleutherus, and he returned into Jerusalem. And King Ptolemy got the dominion of the cities by the sea side, seen to Seleucia. And he devised evil designs against Alexander. And he sent ambassadors to Demetrius, saying, Come, let us make a league between us, and I will give thee my daughter, whom Alexander hath, and thou shalt reign in the kingdom of thy father. For I repent that I have given him my daughter, for he hath sought to kill me. And he slandered him, because he coveted his kingdom. And he took away his daughter, and gave her to Demetrius, and alienated himself from Alexander, and his enemies were made manifest. And Ptolemy entered into Antioch, and set 2 crowns upon his head, that of Egypt and that of Asia. Now King Alexander was in Cilicia at that time, because they that were in those places had rebelled. And when Alexander heard of it, he came to give him battle. And King Ptolemy brought forth his army, and met him with a strong power, and put him to flight. And Alexander fled into Arabia, there to be protected. And King Ptolemy was exalted. And Zabdiel the Arabian took off Alexander's head, and sent it to Ptolemy. King Ptolemy died the 3rd day after. And they that were in the strongholds were destroyed by them that were within the camp. And Demetrius reigned in the 167th year. In those days Jonathan gathered together them that were in Judea to take the castle that was in Jerusalem, and they made many engines of war against it. Then some wicked men that hated their own nation went away to King Demetrius, and told him that Jonathan was besieging the castle. And when he heard it, he was angry. Forthwith he came to Ptolemais, and wrote to Jonathan that he should not besiege the castle, but should come to him in haste, and speak to him. But when Jonathan heard this, he bade them besiege it still, and he chose some of the ancients of Israel and of the priests, and put himself in danger. And he took gold and silver and raiment, and many other presents, and went to the king to Ptolemaeus. He found favor in his sight. Certain wicked men of his nation made complaints against him, and the king treated him as his predecessor had done before. He exalted him in the sight of all his friends, and he confirmed him in the high priesthood, and all the honors he had before, and he made him the chief of his friends. And Jonathan requested of the king that he would make Judea free from tribute, and the 3 governments, and Samaria, the confines thereof, and he promised him 300 talents. And the king consented, and he wrote letters to Jonathan of all these things to this effect. King Demetrius to his brother Jonathan, and to the nation of the Jews, greeting. We send you here a copy of the letter which we have written to Lasthenes our parent concerning you, that you might know it. King Demetrius to Lasthenes his parent greeting. We have determined to do good to the nation of the Jews who are our friends, and keep the things that are just with us, for the goodwill which they bear towards us. We have ratified therefore unto them all the borders of Judea, and the 3 cities, Ephrema, Lydda, and Ramatha, which are added to Judea out of Samaria, and all their confines to be set apart to all them that sacrifice in Jerusalem, instead of the payments which the king received of them every year, and for the fruits of the land and of the trees, and as far other things that belong to us of the tithes of the tributes. From this time we discharge them of them. The salt pans also, and the crowns that were presented to us, we give all to them, and nothing thereof shall be revoked from this time forth and forever. Now therefore see that thou make a copy of these things, and let it be given to Jonathan, and set upon the holy mountain in a conspicuous place. And King Demetrius, seeing that the land was quiet before him, and nothing resisted him, sent away all his forces, every man to his own place, except the foreign army, which he had drawn together from the islands of the nations. So all the troops of his fathers hated him. Now there was one Tryphon, who had been of Alexander's party before, who, seeing that all the army murmured against Demetrius, went to Amalkuel the Arabian, who brought up Antiochus the son of Alexander, and he pressed him much to deliver him to him, that he might be king in his father's place. And he told him all that Demetrius had done, and how his soldiers hated him. And he remained there many days. And Jonathan sent to King Demetrius, desiring that he would cast out them that were in the castle in Jerusalem, and those that were in the strongholds, because they fought against Israel. And Demetrius sent to Jonathan, saying, I will not only do this for thee and for thy people, but I will greatly honor thee and thy nation when opportunity shall serve. Now therefore thou shalt do well if thou send me men to help me, for all my army is gone from me. And Jonathan sent him 3,000 valiant men to Antioch. And they came to the king, and the king was very glad of their coming. And they that were of the city assembled themselves together to the number of 120,000 men, and would have killed the king. And the king fled into the palace. And they of the city kept the passages of the city, and began to fight. The king called the Jews to his assistance. And they came to him all at once. And they all dispersed themselves through the city. And they slew in that day 100,000 men. And they set fire to the city, and got many spoils that day, and delivered the king. They that were of the city saw that the Jews had got the city as they would. And they were discouraged in their minds, and cried to the king, making supplication, and saying, Grant us peace, and let the Jews cease from assaulting us and the city. And they threw down their arms and made peace. And the Jews were glorified in the sight of the king, and in the sight of all that were in his realm, and were renowned throughout the kingdom, and returned to Jerusalem with many spoils. So King Demetrius sat in the throne of his kingdom. And the land was quiet before him, and he falsified all whatsoever he had said, and alienated himself from Jonathan, and did not reward him according to the benefits he had received from him, but gave him great trouble. And after this Tryphon returned, and with him Antiochus the young boy, who was made king and put on the diadem. And there assembled unto him all the hands which Demetrius had sent away, and they fought against Demetrius, who returned his back and fled. And Tryphon took the elephants, and made himself master of Antioch. And young Antiochus wrote to Jonathan, saying, I confirm thee in the high priesthood, and I appoint thee ruler over the 4 cities, and to be one of the king's friends. And he sent him vessels of gold for his service, and he gave him leave to drink in gold, and to be clothed in purple, and to wear a golden buckle. And he made his brother Simon governor from the borders of Tyre, even to the confines of Egypt. Then Jonathan went forth and passed through the cities beyond the river, and all the forces of Syria gathered themselves to him to help him, and he came to Ascalon. And they met him honorably out of the city, and he went from thence to Gaza, and they that were in Gaza shut him out. And he besieged it, and burnt all the suburbs round about, and took the spoils. And the men of Gaza made supplication to Jonathan, and he gave them the right hand, and he took their sons for hostages, and sent them to Jerusalem. And he went through the country as far as Damascus. And Jonathan heard that the generals Demetrius were come treacherously to Cardus, which is in Galilee, with a great army, purposing to remove him from the affairs of the kingdom. And he went against them, but left his brother Simon in the country. Simon encamped against Bethsura, and assaulted it many days, and shut them up. And they desired him to make peace, and he granted it them. And he cast them out from thence, and took the city, and placed a garrison in it. And Jonathan and his army encamped by the water of Gennesaret. Before it was light. They were ready in the plain of Assur. And behold, the army of the strangers met him in the plain. They laid an ambush for him in the mountains. But he went out against them, and they that lay in ambush arose out of their places, and joined battle. And all that were in Jonathan's side fled. And none was left of them but Matthias the son of Absalom, and Mattathias the son of Absalom, and Judas the son of Calphi, chief captain of the army. And Jonathan rent his garments, and cast earth upon his head, and prayed. And Jonathan returned again to them to battle, and he put them to flight, and they fought. And they of his part that fled saw this, and they turned again to him, and they all with him pursued the enemies even to Cardis, to their own camp. And they came even thither, and there fell of the aliens in that day 3,000 men. And Jonathan returned to Jerusalem. And Jonathan saw that time served him, and he chose certain men and sent them to Rome to confirm and to renew the amity with them. And he sent letters to the Spartans and to other places according to the same form. And they went to Rome and entered into the Senate house and said, Jonathan the high priest and the nation of the Jews have sent us to renew the amity and alliance as it was before. And they gave them letters to their governors in every place to conduct them into the land of Judah with peace. And this is a copy of the letters which Jonathan wrote to the Spartans. Jonathan the high priest, the ancients of the nation, and the priests and the rest of the people of the Jews to the Spartans, their brethren greeting. There were letters sent long ago to Onias the high priest from Arius, who reigned then among you, to signify that you are our brethren, as the copy here under written doth specify. And Onias received the ambassador with honor, and received the letters wherein there was mention made of the alliance and amity. We, though we needed none of these things, having for our comfort the holy books that are in our hands, chose rather to send to you to renew the brotherhood and friendship, lest we should become strangers to you altogether, for there was a long time past since you sent to us. We therefore at all times without ceasing, both in our festivals and other days, wherein it is convenient, remember you in the sacrifices that we offer, and in our observances as it is meet, and becoming to remember brethren. And we rejoice at your glory, but we have had many troubles and wars on every side, and the kings that are round about us have fought against us. But we would not be troublesome to you, nor the rest of our allies and friends in these wars. For we have had help from heaven, and we have been delivered, and our enemies are humbled. We have chosen, therefore, Numanius the son of Antiochus, and Antipater the son of Jason, and have sent them to the Romans to renew with them the former amity and alliance. We have commanded them to go also to you, and to salute you, and to deliver you our letters concerning the renewing of our brotherhood. And now you shall do well to give us an answer hereto. And this is the copy of the letter which he had sent to Onias. Arius, king of the Spartans, to Onias the high priest, greeting. It is found in writing concerning the Spartans and the Jews, that they are brethren, that they are of the stock of Abraham. Now, since this is come to our knowledge, you do well to write to us of your prosperity. And we also have written back to you that our cattle and our possessions are yours, and yours ours. We therefore have commanded that these things should be told you. Now Jonathan heard that the generals of Demetrius were come again with a greater army than before to fight against him. So he went out from Jerusalem and met them in the land of Hamath, for he gave them no time to enter into his country. And he sent spies into their camp, and they came back and brought him word that they designed to come upon them in the night. And when the sun was set, Jonathan commanded his men to watch, and to be in arms all night, long ready to fight. And he set sentinels around the camp. And the enemies heard that Jonathan and his men were ready for battle, and they were struck with fear and dread in their heart. And they kindled fires in their camp, but Jonathan and they that were with him knew it not till the morning. For they saw the lights burning, and Jonathan pursued after them, but overtook them not, for they had passed the river Eleutherus. And Jonathan returned upon the Arabians that are called Zabadians, and he defeated them, and took the spoils of them. And he went forward and came to Damascus, and passed through all that country. Simon also went forward came as far as Ascalon, the neighboring fortresses, and he turned aside to Joppa, and took possession of it. For he heard that they designed to deliver the whole to them that took part with Demetrius, and he put a garrison there to keep it. And Jonathan came back, and called together the ancients of the people. And he took a resolution with him to build fortresses in Judea, to build up walls in Jerusalem, and raise a mount between the castle and the city, to separate it from the city, that so it might have no communication, that they might neither buy nor sell. They came together to build up the city, for the wall that was upon the brook towards the east was broken down, and he repaired that which is called Capetetha. And Simon built Adiaba and Saphelah, fortified it, and set up gates and bars. Now when Tryphon had conceived a design to make himself king of Asia, and to take the crown, and to stretch out his hand against King Antiochus, fearing lest Jonathan would not suffer him, but would fight against him, he sought to seize upon him and to kill him. So he rose up and came to Bethsan. And Jonathan went out to meet him, with 40,000 men chosen for battle, and came to Bethsan. Now when Tryphon saw that Jonathan came with a great army, he does not stretch forth his hand against him, but received him with honor, commended him to all his friends, and gave him presents. And he commanded his troops to obey him as himself. And he said to Jonathan, Why hast thou troubled all the people, whereas we have no war? Now therefore send them back to their own houses, and choose thee a few men that may be with thee, and come with me to Ptolemais, and I will deliver it to thee, the rest of the strongholds, and the army, and all that have any charge, and I will return and go away. For this is the cause of my coming. Jonathan believed him, did as he said, and sent away his army, and they departed into the land of Judah. But he kept with him 3,000 men, of whom he sent 2,000 into Galilee, and 1,000 went with him. Now as soon as Jonathan entered into Ptolemais, they of Ptolemais shut the gates of the city and took him, and all them that came in with him they slew with a sword. Then Tryphon sent an army and horsemen into Galilee, and into the great plain to destroy all Jonathan's company. But they, when they understood that Jonathan and all that were with him were taken and slain, encouraged one another, and went out ready for battle. Then they that had come after him, seeing that they stood for their lives, returned back. Whereupon they all came peaceably into the land of Judah. And they bewailed Jonathan and them that had been with him exceedingly, and Israel mourned with great lamentation. Then all the heathens that were round about them sought to destroy them, for they said, They have no prince, nor any to help them. Now therefore let us make war upon them, and take away the memory of them from amongst them. Now Simon heard that Tryphon was gathering together a very great army, to invade the land of Judah and to destroy it. And seeing that the people was in dread and in fear, he went up to Jerusalem and assembled the people, and exhorted them, saying, You know what great battles I and my brethren in the house of my father have fought for the laws, and the sanctuary, and the distresses that we have seen, by reason whereof all my brethren have lost their lives for Israel's sake, and I am left alone. And now far be it from me to spare my life in any time of trouble, for I am not better than my brethren. I will avenge then my nation and the sanctuary and our children and wives, for all the heathens are gathered together to destroy us out of mere malice. And the spirit of the people was enkindled as soon as they heard these words, and they answered with a loud voice, saying, Thou art our leader in the place of Judas, and Jonathan thy brother. Fight thou our battles, and we will do whatsoever thou shalt say to us. So, gathering together all the men of war, he made haste to finish all the walls of Jerusalem, and he fortified it around about. And he sent Jonathan the son of Absalom, and with him a new army into Joppa, and he cast out them that were in it, and himself remained there. Tryphon removed from Ptolemais with a great army to invade the land of Judah, and Jonathan was with him in custody. But Simon pitched in Adas over against the plain, When Tryphon understood that Simon was risen up to the place of his brother Jonathan, that he meant to join battle with him, he sent messengers to him, saying, "We have detained thy brother Jonathan for the money that he owed in the king's account, by reason of the affairs which he had in the management of. But now send 100 talents of silver, and his 2 sons for hostages, that when he is set at liberty, he may not revolt from us, and we will release him." Now Simon knew that he spoke deceitfully to him. Nevertheless, he ordered the money and the children to be sent, lest he should bring upon himself a great hatred of the people of Israel. You might have said, "Because he sent not the money and the children, therefore is he lost." So he sent the children and the 100 talents. And he lied and did not let Jonathan go. And after this, Tryphon entered within the country to destroy it. And they went about by the way that leadeth to Arabia. Simon and his army marched to every place whithersoever they went. And they that were in the castle sent messengers to Tryphon, that he should make haste to come through the desert, and send them victuals. Tryphon made ready all his horsemen to come that night, but there fell a very great snow, and he came not into the country of Galaad. And when he approached to Bascama, he slew Jonathan and his sons there. And Tryphon returned and went into his own country. Simon sent and took the bones of Jonathan his brother, and buried them in Modim, the city of his fathers. And all Israel bewailed him with great lamentation. They mourned for him many days. Simon built over the sepulchre of his father and of his brethren a building lofty to the sight, of polished stone behind and before. And he set up 7 pyramids, one against another, for his father and his mother and his 4 brethren. And round about these he set great pillars, and upon the pillars arms for a perpetual memory, and by the arms ships carved, which might be seen by all that sailed on the sea. This is the sepulchre that he made in Modim, even unto this day. But Tryphon, when he was upon a journey with the young king Antiochus, treacherously slew him. And he reigned in his place, and put on the crown of Asia, and brought great evils upon land. Might be pronounced Asia, I'm not sure. Anyways, Simon built up the strongholds of Judea, fortifying them with high towers and great walls and gates and bars, and he stored up victuals in the fortress. Simon chose men and sent to King Demetrius, to the end that he should grant an immunity to the land, for all that Tryphon did was to spoil. King Demetrius, in the answer to his request, wrote a letter in this manner: King Demetrius, to Simon the high priest, and friend of kings, and to the ancients, and to the nation of the Jews, greeting. The golden crown and the palm which you sent we have received, and we are ready to make a firm peace with you, and to write to the king's chief officers to release you the things that we have released. For all that we have decreed in your favor shall stand in force. The strongholds that you have built shall be our own. And as for any oversight or fault committed unto this day, we forgive it, the crown which you owed. And if any other thing were taxed in Jerusalem, now let it not be taxed. And if any of you be fit to be enrolled among ours, let them be enrolled, and let there be peace between us. In the year 170, the yoke of the Gentiles was taken off from Israel. And the people of Israel began to write in the instruments and the public records, the first year under Simon the high priest, the great captain and prince of the Jews. In those days Simon besieged Gaza, and camped round about it, and made engines and set them to the city. And he struck one tower and took it. And they that were within the engine leaped into the city. And there was a great uproar in the city. And they that were in the city went up with their wives and children upon the wall, with their garments rent. And they cried with a loud voice, beseeching Simon to grant them peace. And they said, Deal not with us according to our evil deeds, but according to thy mercy. And Simon, being moved, did not destroy them, but yet he cast them out of the city, and cleansed the houses wherein there had been idols. And then he entered into it with hymns, blessing the Lord. And having cast out of it all uncleanliness, he placed in it men that should observe the law, and he fortified it, and made it his habitation. But they that were in the castle of Jerusalem were hindered from going out and coming into the country, and from buying and selling, and they were straitened with hunger, and many of them perished through famine. And they cried to Simon for peace, and he granted it to them. And he cast them out from thence, and cleansed the castle from uncleanliness. And they entered into it the 20th day of the second month in the year 171, with thanksgiving and branches of palm trees and harps and cymbals and psalteries and hymns and canticles, because the great enemy was destroyed out of Israel. And he ordained that these days should be kept every year with gladness. And he fortified the mountain of the temple that was near the castle, and who dwelt there himself, and they that were with him. And Simon saw that John his son was a valiant man for war, and he made him captain of all the forces, and he dwelt in Gazara. In the year 172, King Demetrius assembled his army and went into Media to get him succors to fight against Tryphon. And Arsaces, the king of Persia and Media, heard that Demetrius was entered within his borders, and he sent one of his princes to take him alive and bring him to him. And he went and defeated the army of Demetrius and took him, brought him to Arsaces, and he put him into custody. And all the land of Judah was at rest all the days of Simon, and he sought the good of his nation, and his power and his glory pleased them all his days. And with all this his glory he took Joppa for a haven, and made an entrance to the isles of the sea. And he enlarged the bounds of his nation, and made himself master of the country. And he gathered together a great number of captives, and had the dominion of Gazara and Bethsura, and of the castle, and took away all uncleanness out of it, and there was none that resisted him. And every man tilled his land with peace, and the land of Judah yielded her increase, and the trees of the fields their fruit. The ancient men sat all in the streets, and treated together of the good things of the land, and the young men put on them glory and the robes of war. And he provided victuals for the cities, and he appointed that they should be furnished with ammunition, so that the fame of his glory was renowned even to the end of the earth. He made peace in the land, and Israel rejoiced with great joy. And every man sat under his vine, and under his fig tree. And there was none to make them afraid, and there was none left in the land to fight against them. Kings were discomfited in those days, and he strengthened all those of his people that were brought low. And he sought the law, and took away every unjust and wicked man. He glorified the sanctuary, and multiplied the vessels of the holy places. And it was heard at Rome, and as far as Sparta, that Jonathan was dead, and they were very sorry. But when they heard that Simon his brother was made high priest in his place, was possessed of all the country and the cities therein, they wrote to him in tables of brass, to renew the friendship and alliance which they had made with Judas, and with Jonathan his brethren. And they were read before the assembly in Jerusalem. And this is the copy of the letters that the Spartans sent. The princes in the cities of the Spartans to Simon, the high priests, and to the ancients, and to the priests, and to the rest of the people of the Jews and their brethren, greeting. The ambassadors that were sent to our people have told us of your glory and honor and joy, and we rejoice at their coming. And we registered what was said by them in the councils of the people in this manner. Numenius, the son of Antiochus, and Antipater, the son of Jason, ambassadors of the Jews, came to us to renew the former friendship with us, and it pleased the people to receive the men honorably, and to put a copy of their words in the public records, to be a memorial to the people of the Spartans. And we have written a copy of them to Simon the high priest. And after this Simon sent Nemenius to Rome with a great shield of gold, the weight of 1,000 pounds, to confirm the league with them. And when the people of Rome had heard these words, they said, What thanks shall we give to Simon and his sons? For he hath restored his brethren, and hath driven away in fight the enemies of Israel from them. And they decreed him liberty, and registered it in tables of brass, and set it upon pillars in Mount Sion. And this is a copy of the writing, the 18th day of the month of Elul, in the year 172, being the 3rd year under Simon the high priest at Asarmel, in the great assembly of the priests and of the people, and the princes of the nation, and the ancients of the country, and these things were notified. For as much as there have often been wars in our country, and Simon the son of Mattathias, of the children of Jarib, and his brethren have put themselves in danger, and have resisted the enemies of their nation, for the maintenance of their holy places and the law, and have raised their nation to great glory. And Jonathan gathered together his nation, and was made their high priest, and he was laid to his people. And their enemies desired to tread down and destroy their country, and to stretch forth their hands against their holy places. Then Simon resisted and fought for his nation, and laid out much of his money, and armed the valiant men of his nation, and gave them wages. And he fortified the cities of Judea, and Bethsura that lieth in the borders of Judea, where the armor of the enemies was before. And he placed there a garrison of Jews. And he fortified Joppa, which lieth by the sea, and Gazara, which bordereth upon Azotus, wherein the enemies dwelt before. And he placed Jews here, and furnished them with all things convenient for their reparation. And the people, seeing the acts of Simon, and to what glory he meant to bring his nation, made him their prince and high priest, because he had done all these things, and for the justice and faith which he kept to his nation, and for that he sought by all means to advance his people. And in his days things prospered in his hands, so that the heathens were taken away out of their country, and they also that were in the city of David in Jerusalem, in the castle out of which they issued forth, and profaned all places round about the sanctuary, and did much evil to its purity. And he placed therein Jews for the defiance of the country and of the city, and he raised up the walls of Jerusalem, and King Demetrius confirmed him in the high priesthood. According to these things he made him his friend, and glorified him with great glory, for he had heard that the Romans had called the Jews their friends, and confederates and brethren, and that they had received Simon's ambassadors with honor, and that the Jews and their priests had consented that he should be their prince and high priest forever, till there should arise a faithful prophet, and that he should be chief over them, and that he should have the charge of the sanctuary, that he should appoint rulers over their works, and over the country, and over the armor, and over the strongholds, and that he should have care of the holy places, and that he should be obeyed by all, that all the writings in the country should be made in his name, and that he should be clothed with purple and gold, and that it should not be lawful for any of the people or of the priests to disannul any of these things, or to gainsay his words, or to call together an assembly in the country without him, or to be clothed with purple, or to wear a buckle of gold. And whosoever shall do otherwise, or shall make void any of these things, shall be punished. And it pleased all the people to establish Simon, and to do according to these words. And Simon accepted thereof, and was well pleased to execute the office of the high priesthood, and to be captain and prince of the nation of the Jews, and of the priests, and to be chief over all. And they commanded that this writing should be put in tables of brass, and that they should be set up within the compass of the sanctuary, in a conspicuous place, and that a copy of thereof should be put in the treasury, that Simon and his sons may have it. And King Antiochus, the son of Demetrius, sent letters from the isles of the sea to Simon the priest, and prince of the nation of the Jews, and to all the people, and the contents were these: King Antiochus to Simon the high priest, and to the nation of the Jews greeting, forasmuch as certain pestilent men have usurped the kingdom of our fathers. My purpose is to challenge the kingdom and to restore it to its former state. I have chosen a great army, and have built ships of war. And I design to go through the country, that I may take revenge of them that have destroyed our country, and that have made many cities desolate in my realm. Now therefore I confirm unto thee all the oblations which all the kings before me remitted to thee, and what other gifts soever they remitted to thee, and I give thee leave to coin thy own money in thy country. And let Jerusalem be holy and free, and all the armor that hath been made in the fortress which thou hast built, and which thou keepest in thy hands, let them remain to thee, and all that is due to the king, and what should be the king's hereafter, from this present and forever, is forgiven me. And when we shall have recovered our kingdom, we will glorify thee and thy nation, and the temple with great glory, so that your glory shall be made manifest in all the earth. In the year 174, Antiochus entered into the land of his fathers, and all the forces assembled to him, so that few were left with Tryphon. And King Antiochus pursued after them, and he fled along the sea coast, and came to Dora, for he perceived that evils were gathered together upon him, and his troops had forsaken him. Antiochus camped above Dora with 120,000 men of war, and 8,000 horsemen. And he invested the city, and the ships drew near by the sea. And And they annoyed the city by land and by sea, and suffered none to come in or to go out. And Numenius and they that had been with him came from the city of Rome, having letters written to the city kings and countries, and contents whereof were these: Lucius, the consul of the Romans, to King Ptolemy, greeting. The ambassadors of the Jews, our friends, came to us to renew the former friendship and alliance, being sent from Simon the high priest and the people of the Jews. And they brought also a shield of gold of 1,000 pounds. It hath seemed good therefore to us to write to kings and countries that they should do them no harm, nor fight against them, their cities or countries, that they should give no aid to them that fight against them. And it hath seemed good to us to receive the shield of them. If therefore any pestilent men are fled out of their country to you, deliver them to Simon the high priest, that he may punish them according to their law. These same things were written to King Demetrius, and to Attalus, and to Areathus, and to Arascus, and to all the countries, to Lampsacus, and to the Spartans, and to Delus, and to Mindus, and to Sycon, and Caria, and Samos, and Pamphylia, and Lycia, and Alcarnassus, and Cos, and Sida, and Aradus, and Rhodes, and Phaselis, and Gortina, and Cnidus, and Cyprus, and Cyrene. And they wrote a copy thereof to Simon the high priest, and to the people of the Jews. But King Antiochus moved his camp to Dora the second time, assaulting it continually, and making engines, and shut up Tryphon, that he could not go out. And Simon went to him 2,000 chosen men to aid him, silver also and gold, and abundance of furniture. And he would not receive them, but broke all the covenant that he had made with him before, and alienated himself from him. And he sent to him Athenobius, one of his friends, to treat with him, saying, You hold Joppa and Gazara, and the castle that is in Jerusalem, which are cities of my kingdom. Their borders you have wasted, and you have made great havoc on the land, and have got the dominion of many places in my kingdom. Now therefore deliver up the cities that you have taken, and the tributes of the places whereof you have gotten the dominion without the borders of Judea. But if not, give me for them 500 talents of silver, and for the havoc that you have made, and the tributes of the cities other 500 talents. Or else we will come and fight against you. So Athenobius, the king's friend, came to Jerusalem, and saw the glory of Simon, and his magnificence in gold and silver, and his great equipage. And he was astonished, and told him the king's words. And Simon answered him, and said to him, We have neither taken other man's land, neither do we hold that which is other man's, with the inheritance of our fathers, which was for some time unjustly possessed by our enemies. But we, having opportunity, claim the inheritance of our fathers. And as to thy complaints concerning Joppa and Gazara, they did great harm to the people, and to our country. Yet for these we will give 100 talents. And Athenobius answered him not a word, but returning in a rage to the king, made report to him of these words, and of the glory of Simon, and of all that he had seen. And the king was exceedingly angry. And Tryphon fled away by ship to Orthosias. And the king appointed Sendebeus captain of the sea coast, and gave him an army of footmen and horsemen. And he commanded him to march with his army towards Judea, and commanded him to build up Gedor, and to fortify the gates of the city, and to war against the people. But the king himself pursued after Tryphon, and Cnedebius came to Jamnia, and began to provoke the people, and to ravage Judea, and to take the people prisoners, and to kill, and to build Gedor. And he placed there horsemen, and an army, that they might issue forth, and make incursions upon the ways of Judea, as the king had commanded him. Then John came up from Gazara, and told Simon his father what Cnedebus had done against that people. And Simon called his 2 eldest sons, Judas and John, and said to them, I and my brethren in my father's house have fought against the enemies of Israel from our youth even to this day. And things have prospered so well in our lands that we have delivered Israel oftentimes. And now I am old, but be you instead of me and my brethren, and go out and fight for our nation, and the help from heaven be with you. Then he chose out of the country 20,000 fighting men and horsemen, And they went forth against Sennebeus, and they rested in Modin. And they arose in the morning, and went into the plain, and behold, a very great army of footmen and horsemen came against them. And there was a running river between them. And he and his people pitched their camp over against them. And he saw that the people were afraid to go over the river. So he went over first. And then the men, seeing him, passed over after him. And he divided the people and set the horsemen in the midst of the footmen. But the horsemen of the enemies were very numerous. And they sounded the holy trumpets. And Kenedabus and his army were put to flight. And there fell many of them wounded. And the rest fled into the stronghold. At that time Judas John's brother was wounded. But John pursued after them, till he came to Kedron, which he had built. And they fled even to the towers that were in the fields of Azotus, and he burnt them with fire. And there fell of them 2,000 men, and he returned into Judea in peace. Now Ptolemy, the son of Abodas, was appointed captain in the plain of Jericho, and he had abundance of silver and gold, for he was son-in-law of the high priest, and his heart was lifted up, and he designed to make himself master of the country. And he proposed treachery against Simon and his sons to destroy them. Now Simon, as he was going through the cities that were in the country of Judea, and taking care of the good ordering of them, went down to Jericho, he and Mattathias and Judas his sons, in the year 177, the 11th month, the same as the month of Sabbath. And the son of Abobus received them deceitfully into a little fortress that is called Dock, which he had built. And he made them a great feast and hid men there. And when Simon and his sons had drunk plentifully, Ptolemy and his men rose up and took their weapons, and entered into the banqueting place, and slew him, and his 2 sons, and some of his servants. And he committed a great treachery in Israel, and rendered evil for good. And Ptolemy wrote these things, and sent to the king, that he should send him an army to aid him. And he would deliver him the country, and the cities and tributes. And he sent others to Gazara to kill John, and to tribunes he sent letters to come to him, that he would give them silver and gold and gifts. And he sent others to take Jerusalem and the mountain of the temple. Now one running before told John in Gazara that his father and his brethren were slain, and that he hath sent men to kill thee also. But when he heard it, he was exceedingly afraid. And he apprehended the men that came to kill him, and he put them to death, for he knew that they sought to take him away. And as concerning the rest of the acts of John, and his wars, and the worthy deeds which he bravely achieved, and the building of the walls which he made, and the things that he did, behold, these are written in the book of the days of his priesthood, from the time he was made high priest after his father. Alright, so that was 1 Maccabees. What a story. Lots of battles, and it's got definitely a very different style. Talking about, and then the battles, they used elephants. That's pretty cool. A lot to talk about here, but little time to talk about it, because we got to also finish 2 Maccabees, and this is going to be a very, very long day of reading. So let's get started. I believe this is, if I did my research properly, one of them is sort of written in like a Jewish style, and the other one is like in a Greek style, if I remember correctly. So we'll see how we do here in 2 Maccabees, chapter 1. To the brethren, the Jews that are throughout Egypt, the brethren, the Jews that are in Jerusalem and in the land of Judea, send health and good peace. May God be gracious to you, and remember his covenant that he made with Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, his faithful servants, and give you all a heart to worship him, and to do his will with a great heart and a willing mind. May he open your heart in his law and in his commandments, and send you peace. May he hear your prayers and be reconciled unto you, and never forsake you in the evil time. And now here we are praying for you. Demetrius reigned in the year 169. We Jews wrote to you in the trouble and violence that came upon us in those years, after Jason withdrew himself from the Holy Land and from the kingdom. They burnt the gate and shed innocent blood, and we prayed to the Lord and were heard. And we offered sacrifices and fine flour, and lightened the lamps, and set forth the loaves. Now celebrate ye the days of Skenopagia, in the month of Casleu. In the year 188, the people that is at Jerusalem, and in Judea, and in the Senate, and Judas to Aristobulus, the preceptor of King Ptolemy, who is of the stock of the anointed priests, and to the Jews that are in Egypt, health and welfare. Having been delivered by God out of great dangers, we give him great thanks, for as much as we have been in war with such a king. For he made numbers of men swarm out of Persia that have fought against us and the holy city. For when the leader himself was in Persia, and with him a very great army, he fell in the temple of Nanea, being deceived by the council of the priests of Nanea. For Antiochus, with his friends, came to the place as though he would marry her, that he might receive great sums of money under the title of dowry. And when the priests of Nanea had set it forth, he, with a small company, had entered into the compass of the temple. They shut the temple when Antiochus was come in, and opening a secret entrance of the temple, they cast stones and slew the leader, and them that were with him, and hewed them in pieces. And cutting off their heads, they threw them forth. Blessed be God in all things, who hath delivered up the wicked. Therefore, whereas we purpose to keep the purification of the temple on the 25th day of the month of Casleu, we thought it necessary to signify it to you, that you also may keep the day of Scenopageia, and the day of the fire that was given when Nehemiah offered sacrifice, after the temple and the altar was built. For when our fathers were led into Persia, the priests that then were worshippers of God took privately the fire from the altar and hid it in a valley where there was a deep pit without water, and there they kept it safe, so that the place was unknown to all men. But when many years had passed, and it pleased God that Nehemiah should be sent by the king of Persia, he sent some of the posterity of those priests that had hid it to seek for the fire. And as they told us, they found no fire, but thick water. And he bade them draw it up and bring it to them. And the priest Nehemiah commanded the sacrifices that were laid on to be sprinkled with the same water, both the wood and the things that were laid upon it. And when this was done, and the time came that the sun shone out, which before was in a cloud, there was a great fire kindled, so that all wondered. And all the priests made prayer while the sacrifice was consuming, Jonathan beginning, and the rest answering. And the prayer of Nehemiah was after this manner: O Lord God, creator of all things, dreadful and strong, just and merciful, who alone art God, King, who alone art gracious, who alone art just and almighty and eternal, who deliverest Israel from all evil, who didst choose the fathers and didst sanctify them. Receive the sacrifice for all thy people Israel, and preserve thy own portion and sanctify it. Gather together our scattered people, deliver them that are slaves to the Gentiles, and look upon them that are despised and abhorred, that the Gentiles may know that thou art our God. Punish them that oppress us, that treat us injuriously with pride. Establish thy people in thy holy place, as Moses hath spoken. And the priests sung hymns till the sacrifice was consumed. And when the sacrifice was consumed, Nehemiah commanded the water that was left to be poured out upon the great stones, which being done, there was kindled a little flame from them, but it was consumed by the light that shined from the altar. And when this matter became public, it was told to the king of Persia that in the place where the priests that were led away had hid the fire, there appeared water, with which Nehemiah and they that were with him had purified the sacrifices. And the king, considering and diligently examining the matter, made a temple for it, that he might prove what had happened. And when he had proved it, he gave the priests many goods and divers presents, and he took and distributed them to them with his own hand. Nehemiah called this place Nephthah, which is interpreted purification, but many call it Nephi. Now it is found in the descriptions of Jeremiah the prophet, that he commanded them that went into captivity to take the fire, as it hath been signified, and how he gave charge to them that were carried away into captivity, and how he gave them the law that they should not forget the commandments of the Lord, and they should not err in their minds, seeing the idols of gold and silver and the ornaments of them. And with other such like speeches he exhorted them that they would not remove the law from their heart. It was also contained in the same writing, how the prophet, being warned by God, commanded that the tabernacle and the ark should accompany him, till he came forth to the mountain where Moses went up, and saw the inheritance of God. And where Jeremiah came thither, he found a hollow cave, and he carried in thither the tabernacle, and the ark, and the altar of incense, and so stopped the door. Then some of them that followed him came up to mark the place, but they could not find it. And when Jeremiah perceived it, he blamed them, saying, The place shall be unknown till God gather together the congregation of the people and receive them to mercy. And then the Lord will show these things, and the majesty of the Lord shall appear. And there shall be a cloud as it was showed to Moses. And he showed it when Solomon prayed that the place might be sanctified to the great God. For he treated wisdom in a magnificent manner, and like a wise man he offered the sacrifice of the dedication, and of the finishing of the temple. And as Moses prayed to the Lord, and fire came down from heaven and consumed the holocaust, so Solomon also prayed, and fire came down from heaven and consumed the holocaust. And Moses said, Because the sin of offering was not to be eaten, it was consumed. So Solomon also celebrated the dedication 8 days. And these same things were set down in the memoirs and commentaries of Nehemiah. And how he made a library and gathered together out of the countries the books both of the prophets and of David, and the epistles of the kings, and concerning the holy gifts. And in like manner Judas also gathered together all such things as were lost by the war we had, and they are in our possession. Wherefore, if you want these things, send some that may fetch them to you. As we are then about to celebrate the purification, we have written unto you, and you shall do well, if you keep the same days. And we hope that God, who hath delivered his people, and hath rendered to all the inheritance, and the kingdom, and the priesthood, and the sanctuary, as he promised in the law, will shortly have mercy upon us, and will gather us together from every land under heaven into the holy place. For he hath delivered us out of great perils, and hath cleansed the place. Now as concerning Judas Maccabees, and his brethren, and the purification of the great temple, and the dedication of the altar, as also the wars against Antiochus and the illustrious, and his son Upator, and the manifestations that came from heaven to them, that behaved themselves manfully on behalf of the Jews, so that being but a few, they made themselves masters of the whole country, and put to flight the barbarous multitude, and recovered again the most renowned temple in all the world, and delivered the city, and restored the laws that were abolished, the Lord with all clemency showing mercy to them. And all such things as have been comprised in 5 books by Jason of Cyrene, we have attempted to abridge in 1 book. For considering the multitude of books and the difficulty that they find that desire to undertake the narrations of histories, because of the multitude of the matter, we have taken care of those indeed that are willing to read, that it might be a pleasure of mind for the studious, and that they may more easily commit to memory, and that all that read might receive profit. And as to ourselves, indeed, in undertaking this work of abridging, we have taken in hand no easy task, yea, rather a business full of watching and sweat. But as they that prepare a feast and seek to satisfy the will of others, for the sake of many, we willingly undergo the labor, leaving to the authors the exact handling of every peculiar, and as for ourselves, according to the plan proposed, studying to be brief. For as the master builder of a new house must have care of the whole building, but he that taketh care to paint it must seek out fit things for the adorning of it, so must it be judged for us. For to collect all that is to be known, to put the discourse in order, and curiously to discuss every particular point, is the duty of the author of a history. But to pursue brevity of speech, and to avoid nice declarations of things, is to be granted to him that maketh an abridgment. Here then we will begin the narration. Let this be enough by way of a preface, for it is a foolish thing to make a long prologue, and to be short in the story itself. Therefore, when the holy city was inhabited with all peace, and the laws as yet were very well kept, because of the godliness of Onias the high priest, and the hatred his soul had of evil, it came to pass that even the kings themselves and the princes esteemed the place worthy of the highest honor, and glorified the temple with very great gifts, so that Seleucus, king of Asia, allowed out of his revenues all the charges belonging to the ministry of the sacrifices. But one Simon of the tribe of Benjamin, who was appointed overseer of the temple, strove in opposition to the high priest to bring about some unjust thing in the city. And when could not overcome Onias, he went to Apollonius, the son of Tharsius, who at that time was governor of Celesyria and Phoenicia, and told him that the treasury in Jerusalem was full of immense sums of money, and the common store was infinite, which did not belong to the account of the sacrifices, and that it was possible to bring all into the king's hands. Now when Apollonius had given the king notice concerning the money that he was told of, he called for Heliodorus, who had the charge over his affairs, and sent him with commission to bring him the aforesaid money. So Heliodorus forthwith began his journey, under a cover of visiting the cities of Celesyria and Phoenicia, but indeed to fulfill the king's purpose. And when he was come to Jerusalem, and had been courteously received in the city by the high priest, he told him that information had been given concerning the money, and declared the cause for which he was come, and asked if these things were so indeed. Then the high priest told him that these were sums deposited, and provisions for the subsistence of the widows and the fatherless, and that some part of that which wicked Simon had given intelligence of belonged to Hyrcanus, son of Tobias, a man of great dignity, and that the whole was 400 talents of silver, and 200 of gold, but that to deceive them who had trusted to the place and temple which is honored throughout the whole world, for the reverence and holiness of it, was a thing which could not by any means be done. But he, by reason of the orders he had received from the king, said that by all means the money must be carried to the king. So on the day he had appointed, Heliodorus entered into order this matter. But there was no small terror throughout the whole city, and the priests prostrated themselves before the altar in the priest's vestments, and called upon him from heaven, who made the law concerning things given to be kept, that he would preserve them safe for them that had deposited them. Now whosoever saw the countenance of the high priest was wounded in heart, for his face and changing of his colour declared the inward sorrow of his mind. For the man was so compassed with sadness and horror of the body, that it was manifest to them that beheld him, that sorrow had in his heart. Others also came flocking together out of their houses, praying and making public supplication, because the place was like to come into contempt. And the women girded with haircloth about their breasts came together in the streets, and the virgins also that were shut up came forth, some to Onias, and some to the walls, and others looked out of the windows, and all holding up their hands towards heaven made supplication, for the expectation of the mixed multitude and of the highest priest, who was in an agony, would have moved anyone to pity. And these indeed called upon Almighty God to preserve the things that had been committed to them, safe and sure for those that had committed them. But Heliodorus executed that which he had resolved on, himself being present in the same place with his guard about the treasury. The Spirit of the Almighty God gave a great evidence of his presence, so that all that had presumed to obey him, falling down by the power of God, were struck with fainting and dread. For there appeared to them a horse, with a terrible rider upon him, adorned with a very rich covering. And he ran fiercely, and struck Heliodorus with his 4 feet. And he that sat upon him seemed to have armor of gold. Moreover, there appeared 2 young men, beautiful and strong, bright and glorious, and in comely apparel, who stood by him on either side, and scourged him without ceasing with many stripes. And Heliodorus suddenly fell to the ground, and they took him up covered with great darkness. And having put him into a litter, they carried him out. So he that came with many servants, and all his guard into the aforesaid treasury, was carried out, no one being able to help him, the manifest power of God being known. And he indeed, by the power of God, lay speechless, and without all hope of recovery. But they praised the Lord because he had glorified his place. And the temple, that a little before was full of fear and trouble, when the Almighty Lord appeared, was filled with joy and gladness. Then some of the friends of Heliodorus forthwith begged that he would call upon the Most High to grant him his life, who was ready to give up the ghost. So the high priest, considering that the king might perhaps suspect that some mischief had been done to Heliodorus by the Jews, offered a sacrifice of health for the recovery of the man. When the high priest was praying, the same young men in the same clothing stood by Heliodorus, and said to him, "Give thanks to Onias the priest, because for his sake the Lord hath granted thee life. And thou, having been scourged by God, declare unto all men the great works and the power of God." Having spoken thus, they appeared no more. And so Heliodorus, after he had offered a sacrifice to God, made great vows to him that had granted him life, and given thanks to Onias, taking his troops with him, returned to the king. And he testified to all men the works of the great God, which he had seen with his own eyes. And when the king asked Heliodorus, who might be a fit man to be sent yet once more to Jerusalem, he said, "If thou hast any enemy or traitor to thy kingdom, send him hither, and thou shalt receive him again scourged, if so be he escape. For there is undoubtedly in that place a certain power of God. For he that hath his dwelling in the heavens is the visitor and protector of that place, and he striketh and destroyeth them that come to evil to it." And the things concerning Heliodorus and the keeping of the treasury fell out in this manner. But Simon, of whom we spoke before, and of his country, spoke ill of Onias, as though he had incited Heliodorus to do these things, and had been the promoter of evils. And he presumed to call him a traitor to the kingdom, provided for the city and defended his nation, and was zealous for the law of God. But when the Edomites proceeded so far that murders also were committed by some of Simon's friends, Onias, considering the danger of his contention, and that Apollonius, who was the governor of Celesyria and Phoenicia, was outrageous, which increased the malice of Simon, went to the king, not to be an accuser of his countrymen, but with a view to the common good of all the people. For he saw that, except the king took care, it was impossible that matters should be settled in peace, or that Simon would cease from his folly. But after the death of Seleucus, when Antiochus, who was called the Illustrious, had taken possession of the kingdom, Jason, the brother of Onias, ambitiously sought the high priesthood, and went to the king, promising him 360 talents of silver, and out of other revenues 80 talents. Beside this, he promised also 150 more, if he might have license to set him up a place for exercise and a place for youth, and to entitle them that were at Jerusalem Antiochians, which when the king had granted, and he had gotten the rule into his hands, forthwith he began to bring over his countrymen to the fashion of the heathens, and abolishing those things which he had been decreed of special favor by the kings in behalf of the Jews by the means of John, the father of the Eupolemus, who went ambassador to Rome to make amity and alliance. He disannulled the lawful ordinances of the citizens, and brought in fashions that were perverse, for he had the boldness to set up under the very castle a place of exercise to put all the choicest youths in brothel houses. Now this was not the beginning, but an increase and progress of heathenish and foreign manners, through the abominable and unheard wickedness of Jason, that impious wretch and no priest, insomuch that the priests were not now occupied about the offices of the altar, but despising the temple and neglecting the sacrifices, hastened to be partakers of the games, and of the unlawful allowance thereof, and of the exercise of the discus, and setting naught by the honors of their fathers, they esteemed the Grecian glories of the best, for the sake of which they incurred a dangerous contention, and followed earnestly their ordinances in all things they coveted to be like them, who were their enemies and murderers. For acting wickedly against the laws of God doth not pass unpunished. But this the time following will declare. Now when the game that was used every 5th year was kept at Tyre, the king being present, the wicked Jason sent from Jerusalem sinful men to carry 300 didrachmas of silver for the sacrifice of Hercules, but the bearers thereof desired it might not be bestowed on the sacrifices, because it was not necessary, but might be deputed for other charges. So the money was appointed by him that sent it to the sacrifice of Hercules, but because of them that carried it was employed for the making of galleys. Now when Apollonius, the son of Menestheus, was sent into Egypt to treat with the nobles of the king of Philometor, and Antiochus understood that he was wholly excluded from the affairs of the kingdom, consulting his own interest, he departed thence and came to Joppa, and from thence to Jerusalem, where he was received in a magnificent manner by Jason and the city, and came in with torchlights and with praises, and from thence he returned with his army into Phoenicia. 3 years afterward, Jason sent Menelaus, brother of the aforesaid Simon, to carry money to the king, and to bring answers from him concerning certain necessary affairs. But he, being recommended to the king, when he had magnified the appearance of his power, got the high priesthood for himself, by offering more than Jason by 300 talents of silver. So, having received the king's mandate, he returned, bringing nothing worthy of the high priesthood, but having the mind of a cruel tyrant, and the rage of a savage beast. Then Jason, who had undermined his own brother, being himself undermined, was driven out a fugitive into the country of the Ammonites. So Menelaus got the principality, but as for the money he had promised to the king, he took no care. When Sostratus, the governor of the castle, called for it, for to him pertained the gathering of the taxes, wherefore they were both called before the king, Menelaus was removed from the priesthood, Lysimachus, his brother, succeeding, and Sostratus was made governor of the Cyprians. When these things were in doing, it fell out that they of Tarsus and Malos raised a sedition, because they were given for a gift to Antiochus, the king's concubine. The king therefore went in all haste to appease them, leaving Andronicus, one of his nobles, for his deputy. Then Menelaus, supposing that he had found a convenient time, having stolen certain vessels of gold out of the temple, gave them to Andronicus, and others he had sold at Tyre, and in the neighboring cities, which when Onias understood most certainly, he reproved them, keeping himself in a safe place at Antioch beside Daphne. Whereupon Menelaus, coming to Andronicus, desired him to kill Onias. And he went to Onias and gave him his right hand with an oath, and though he were suspected by him, persuaded him to come forth out of the sanctuary, and immediately slew him, without any regard to justice, for which cause not only the Jews, but also the other nations, conceived indignation, and were much grieved for the unjust murder of so great a man. And when the king was come back from the places of Cilicia, the Jews that were at Antioch, and also the Greeks, went to him, complaining of the unjust murder of Onias. Antiochus therefore was grieved in his mind for Onias, and being moved to pity, shed tears, remembering the sobriety and modesty of the deceased. And being inflamed to anger, he commanded Andronicus to be stripped of his purple, and to be led about through all the city, and that in the same place wherein he had committed the impiety against Onias, the sacrilegious wretch should be put to death, the Lord repaying him his deserved punishment. Now, when many sacrileges had been committed by Lysimachus in the temple by the counsel of Menelaus, and the rumor of it was spread abroad, the multitude gathered themselves together against Lysimachus, a great quantity of gold being already carried away, wherefore the multitude making an insurrection, and their minds being filled with anger, Lysimachus armed about 3,000 men, and began to use violence, once Tyrannus being captain, a man far gone both in age and in madness. But when they perceived the attempt of Lysimachus, some caught up stones, some strong clubs, and some threw ashes upon Lysimachus, and many of them were wounded, and some struck down to the ground, but all were put to flight. And as for the sacrilegious fellow himself, they slew him beside the treasury. Now concerning these matters, an accusation was laid against Menelaus, when the king was come to Tyre, 3 men were sent from the ancients to plead the cause before him. But Menelaus, being convicted, promised Ptolemy to give him much money to persuade the king to favor him. So Ptolemy went to the king in a certain court where he was, as it were, to cool himself, and brought him to be of another mind. So Menelaus, who was guilty of all the evil, was acquitted by him of the accusations. And those poor men, who, if they had pleaded their cause even before Scythians, should have been judged innocent, were condemned to death. Thus they that prosecuted the cause for the city, and for the people in the sacred vessels, did soon suffer unjust punishment. Wherefore even the Tyrians, being moved with indignations, were liberal towards their burial. And so, through the covetousness of them that were in power, Menelaus continued in authority, increasing in malice to the betraying of the citizens. At the same time, Antiochus prepared for a second journey into Egypt. And it came to pass that through the whole city of Jerusalem, for the space of 40 days, there were seen horsemen running in the air, in gilded raiment, and armed with spears like bands of soldiers, and horses set in order by ranks, running one against another, and with the shakings of shields, and a multitude of men in helmets with drawn swords, and casting of darts, and glittering of golden armor, and of harnesses of all sorts. Wherefore all men prayed that these prodigies might turn to good. Now when there was gone forth a false rumor, as though Antiochus had been dead, Jason, taking with him no fewer than 1,000 men, suddenly assaulted the city. And though the citizens ran together to the wall, the city at length was taken, and Menelaus fled into the castle. But Jason slew his countrymen without mercy, not considering that prosperity against one's own kindred is a very great evil, thinking they had been enemies and not citizens, whom he conquered. Yet he did not get the principality, but received confusion at the end for the reward of his treachery, and fled again into the country of the Ammonites. At the last, having been shut up by Aretas, the king of the Arabians, in order for his destruction, flying from city to city, hated by all men, as a forsaker of the laws, and execrable, as an enemy of his country and countrymen, he was thrust out into Egypt. And he that had driven many out of the country perished in a strange land, going to Lacedaemon, as if for kindred's sake he should have refuge there. But he that had cast out many unburied was himself cast forth, both unlamented and unburied, neither having foreign burial, nor being partaker of the sepulchre of his fathers. Now when these things were done, the king suspected that the Jews would forsake the alliance, whereupon, departing out of Egypt with a furious mind, he took the city by force of arms, and commanded the soldiers to kill, and not to spare any that came in their way, and to go up into the houses to slay. Thus there was a slaughter of young and old, a destruction of women and children, and killing of virgins and infants. And there was slain in the space of 3 whole days 80,000. 40,000 were made prisoners, and as many sold. But this was not enough. He presumed also to enter into the temple, the most holy in all the world. Menelaus, that traitor to the laws and to his country, being his guide, and taking in his wicked hands the holy vessels which were given by other kings and cities for the ornament and the glory of the place, he unworthily handled and profaned them. Thus Antiochus, going astray in mind, did not consider that God was angry for a while, because of the sins of the inhabitants of the city, and therefore this contempt had happened to the place. Otherwise, had they not been involved in many sins, as Heliodorus, who was sent by King Seleucus to rob the treasury, so this man also, as soon as he had come, had been forthwith scourged and put back from his presumption. But God did not choose the people for the place's sake, but the place for the people's sake, and therefore the place also itself was made partaker of the evils of the people, but afterwards shall communicate in the good things thereof. And as it was forsaken in the wrath of Almighty God, shall be exalted again with great glory, when the great Lord shall be reconciled. So when Antiochus had taken away out of the temple 1,800 talents, he went back in all haste to Antioch, thinking through pride that he might now make the land navigable, and sea passable on foot. Such was the haughtiness of his mind. He left also governors to afflict the people at Jerusalem: Philip, a Phrygian by birth, but in manners more barbarous than he that set him there. And in Gazarim, Andronicus and Menelaus, who bore a more heavy hand upon the citizens than the rest. And whereas he was set against the Jews, he sent that hateful prince Apollonius with an army of 22,000 men, commanding him to kill all that were of perfect age, and to sell the women and their younger sort, who when he was come to Jerusalem, pretending peace, rested till the holy day of the Sabbath. And when the Jews keeping holiday, he commanded his men to take arms. And he slew all that were come forth to see, and running through the city with armed men, he destroyed a very great multitude. But Judas Maccabees, who was the 10th, had withdrawn himself into a desert place, and there lived amongst wild beasts in the mountains with his company. And they continued feeding on herbs, that they might not be partakers of the pollution. But not long after, the king sent a certain old man of Antioch to compel the Jews to depart from the laws of their fathers and of God, and to defile the temple that was in Jerusalem, and to call it the temple of Jupiter Olympius, and that in Gazarim of Jupiter Hospitalis, according as they were that inhabited the place. And very bad was this invasion of evils, and grievous to all, for the temple was full of the riot and revellings of the Gentiles, and of men lying with lewd women. And women thrust themselves of their accord into the holy places, wrought in things that were not lawful. The altar also was filled with unlawful things, which were forbidden by the laws, and neither were the Sabbaths kept, nor the solemn days of the fathers observed, neither did any man plainly profess himself to be a Jew. But they were led by bitter constraint on the king's birthday to the sacrifices. And when the feast of Bacchus was kept, they were compelled to go about crowned with ivy in honor of Bacchus. And there went out a decree into the neighboring cities of the Gentiles by the suggestion of the Ptolemeans, that they also should act in like manner against the Jews, to oblige them to sacrifice, and whosoever would not conform themselves to the ways of the Gentiles should be put to death. Then was misery to be seen, for 2 women were accused to have circumcised their children, who when they had openly led about through the city with the infants hanging at their breasts, they threw down headlong from the walls. And others that had met together in caves that were near, and were keeping the Sabbath day privately, being discovered by Philip, were burnt with fire, because they made a conscience to help themselves with their hands by reason of the religious observance of the day. Now I beseech those that shall read this book, that they be not shocked at these calamities, but that they consider the things that happened, not as being for the destruction, but for the correction of our nation. For it is a token of great goodness when sinners are not suffered to go on in their ways for a long time, but are presently punished. For not as with other nations, whom the Lord patiently expecteth, that when the day of judgment shall come, he may punish them in the fullness of their sins, doth he also deal with us, so as to suffer our sins to come to their height, and then take vengeance on us. And therefore he never withdraweth his mercy from us. But though he chastise his people with adversity, he forsaketh them not. But let this suffice in a few words for a warning to the readers. And now we must come to the narration. Eleazar, one of the chief of the scribes, a man advanced in years, and of a comely countenance, was pressed to open his mouth to eat swine's flesh. But he, choosing rather a most glorious death than a hateful life, went forward voluntarily to the torment. And considering in that manner he was come to it, patiently bearing, he determined not to do any unlawful things for the love of life. But they that stood by, being moved with wicked pity, for the old friendship that they had with the man, taking him aside, desired that flesh might be brought, which it was lawful for him to eat, that he might make as if he had eaten, as the king had commanded, of the flesh of the sacrifice, that by so doing he might be delivered from death. And for the sake of their old friendship with a man, they did him this courtesy. But he began to consider the dignity of his age, and his ancient years, and the inbred honor of his grey head, and his good life and conversation from a child. And he answered without delay, according to the ordinances of the holy law made by God, saying that he would rather be sent into the other world. For it doth not become our age, said he, to dissemble, whereby many young persons might think that Eleazar, at the age of 80 was gone over to the life of the heathens, and so they, through my dissimulation, and for a little time of corruptible life, should be deceived, and hereby I should bring a stain and curse upon my old age. For though for the present time I should be delivered from the punishments of men, yet should I not escape the hand of the Almighty, neither alive nor dead. Wherefore by departing manfully out of this life, I shall show myself worthy of my old age. And I shall leave an example of fortitude to young men, if with a ready mind and constancy I suffer an honorable death for the most venerable and most holy laws. And having spoken thus, he was forthwith carried to execution. And they that led him, and had been a little before more mild, were changed to wrath for the words he had spoken, which they thought were uttered out of arrogancy. But when he was now ready to die with the stripes, he groaned and said, O Lord, who hast the holy knowledge, thou knowest manifestly that whereas I might be delivered from death, I suffer grievous pains in body, but in soul am well content to suffer these things, because I fear thee. Thus did this man die, leaving not only to young men, but also to the whole nation, the memory of his death for an example of virtue and fortitude. It came to pass also that 7 brethren, together with their mother, were apprehended and compelled by the king to eat swine's flesh against the law, for which end they were tormented with whips and scourges. But one of them, who was the eldest, said thus, What wouldest thou ask or learn of us? We are ready to die rather than to transgress the laws of God, received from our fathers. Then the king, being angry, commanded frying pans and brazen cauldrons to be made hot, which forthwith being heated, he commanded to cut out the tongue of him that had spoken first, and the skin of his head being drawn off, to chop off all the extremities of his hands and feet, the rest of his brethren and his mother looking on. And when he was now maimed in all parts, he commanded him, being yet alive, to be brought to the fire, and to be fried in the frying pan. And while he was suffering therein long torments, the rest, together with the mother, exhorted one another to die manfully, saying, The Lord God will look upon the truth, and will take pleasure in us, as Moses declared in the profession of the canticle, and in his servants we will take pleasure. So when the first was dead after this manner, they brought the next to make him a mocking stock. And when they had pulled off the skin of his head with the hair, they asked him if he would eat before he was punished throughout the whole body and every limb. But he answered in his own language and said, I will not do it. Wherefore he also in the next place received the torments of the first. And when he was at the last gasp, he said thus, Thou indeed, O most wicked man, destroyest us out of this present life. But the King of the world will raise us up, who die for his laws, in the resurrection of eternal life. After him, the third was made a mocking stock. And when he was required, he quickly put forth his tongue and courageously stretched out his hands, and said with confidence, These I have from heaven, but for the laws of God I now despise them, because I hope to receive them again from him. So that the king and that they that were with him wondered at the young man's courage, because he esteemed the torments as nothing. And after he was thus dead, they tormented the fourth in the like manner. And when he was now ready to die, he spoke thus, It is better, being put to death by men, to look for hope from God, to be raised up again by him, for as to thee thou shalt have no resurrection unto life. And when they had brought the fifth, they tormented him. But he, looking upon the king, said, Whereas thou hast power among men, though thou art corruptible, thou dost what thou wilt. Thou doest what thou wilt, but think not that our nation is forsaken by God, But stay patiently a while, and thou shalt see his great power, in what manner he will torment thee and thy seed. After him they brought the sixth, and he, being ready to die, spoke thus: Be not deceived without cause, for we suffer these things for ourselves, having sinned against our God, and things worthy of admiration are done to us. But do not think that thou shalt escape unpunished, for that thou attempted to fight against God. Now the mother was to be admired above measure, and worthy to be remembered by good men, who beheld 7 sons slain in the space of one day, and bore it with a good courage, for the hope that she had in God. And she bravely exhorted every one of them in her own language. Being filled with wisdom, and joining a man's heart to a woman's thought, she said to them, I know not how you were formed in my womb, for I neither gave you breath, nor soul, nor life, neither did I frame the limbs of every one of you. But the Creator of the world, that formed the nativity of man, and that found out the origin of all, he will restore to you again in his mercy, both breath and life, as now you despise yourselves for the sake of his laws. Now Antiochus, thinking himself despised, and withal despising the voice of the upbraider, when the youngest was yet alive, did not only exhort him by words, but also assured him with an oath that he would make him a rich and happy man, and if he would turn from the laws of his fathers, would take him for a friend and furnish him with things necessary. But when the young man was not moved with these things, the king called the mother and consoled her to deal with the young man to save his life. And when he exhorted her with many words, she promised that she would counsel her son. So bending herself towards him, mocking the cruel tyrant, she said in her own language, My son, have pity upon me, that bore thee 9 months in my womb, and gave thee suck 3 years, and nourished thee, and brought thee up unto this age. I beseech thee, my son, look upon heaven and earth, and all that is in them, and consider that God made them out of nothing, and mankind also. So thou shalt not fear this tormentor, but being made a worthy partner with thy brethren, receive death, that in that mercy I may receive thee again with thy brethren. While she was yet speaking these words, the young man said, For whom do you stay? I will not obey the commandment of the king, but the commandment of the law, which was given us by Moses. But thou that hast been the author of all mischief against the Hebrews shalt not escape the hand of God, for we suffer thus for our sins. And though the Lord our God is angry with us a little while for our chastisement and correction, yet he will be reconciled against to his servants. But thou, O wicked and of all men most flagitious, be not lifted up without cause, with vain hopes, whilst thou art raging against his servants. For thou hast not yet escaped the judgment of the Almighty God, who beholdeth all things. For my brethren, having now undergone a short pain, are under the covenant of eternal life. But thou, by the judgment of God, shalt receive just punishment for thy pride. But I, like my brethren, offer up my life and my body for the laws of our fathers, calling upon God to be speedily merciful to our nation, and that thou, by torments and stripes, mayst confess that he alone is God. But in me and in my brethren the wrath of the Almighty, which hath justly been brought upon all our nation, shall cease. Then the king, being incensed with anger, raged against him more cruelly than all the rest, taking it grievously that he was mocked. So this man also died undefiled, wholly trusting in the Lord. And last of all, after the sons, the mother also was consumed. But now there was enough said of the sacrifices and of the excessive cruelties. But Judas Maccabeus and they that were with him went privately into the towns, and calling together their kinsmen and friends, and taking unto them such a continued in the Jews' religion, they assembled 6,000 men, and they called upon the Lord that he would look upon his people that was trodden down by all, and would have pity on the temple that was defiled by the wicked, that he would have pity also upon the city that was destroyed, that was ready to be made even with the ground, and would hear the voice of the blood that cried to him, that he would remember also the most unjust deaths of innocent children, and the blasphemies offered to his name, and would show his indignation on his occasion. Now when Maccabeus had gathered a multitude, he could not be withstood by the heathens, for the wrath of the Lord was turned into mercy. So coming unawares upon the towns and cities, he set them on fire, and taking possession of the most commodious places, he made no small slaughter of the enemies, and especially in the nights he went upon these expeditions, and the fame of his valor was spread abroad everywhere. Then Philip, seeing that the man gained ground by little and little, and that things for the most part succeeded prosperously with him, wrote to Ptolemy, the governor of Cilicia and Phoenicia, to send aid to the king's affairs, and he with all speed sent Nicanor, the son of Patroclus, one of his special friends, giving him no fewer than 20,000 armed men of different nations, to root out the whole race of the Jews, joining also with him Gorgias, a good soldier, and of great experience in matters of war. And Nicanor proposed to raise for the king the tribute of 2,000 talents, that was to be given to the Romans by making so much money of the captive Jews. Wherefore he sent immediately to the cities upon the sea coast, to invite men together to buy up the Jewish slaves, promising that they should have 90 slaves for 1 talent, not reflecting on the vengeance which was to follow him from the Almighty. Now when Judas found that Nicanor was coming, he imparted to the Jews that were with him that the enemy was at hand, and some of them, being afraid and distrusting the justice of God, fled away. Others sold all that they had left, and withal besought the Lord, that he would deliver them from the wicked Nicanor, who had sold them before he came near them. And if not for their sakes, yet for the covenant that he had made with their fathers, and for the sake of his holy and glorious name that was invoked upon them. But Maccabees, calling together 7,000 that were with him, exhorted them not to be reconciled to the enemies, nor to fear the multitude of the enemies who came wrongfully against them, but to fight manfully, setting before their eyes the injury they had unjustly done the holy place, and also the injury they had done to the city, which had been shamefully abused, besides their destroying the ordinances of the fathers. For, said he, they trust in their weapons and in their boldness, but we trust in the Almighty Lord, who at a beck can utterly destroy both them that come against us and the whole world. Moreover, he put them in mind also of the helps their fathers had received from God, and how under Sennacherib 185,000 had been destroyed, and of the battle that had fought against the Galatians in Babylonia, how they, being in all about 6,000, when it came to the point, and the Macedonians and their companions were a stand, slew 120,000, because of the help they had from heaven, and for this they received many favors. With these words they were greatly encouraged, and disposed even to die for the laws in their country. So he appointed his brethren captains over each division of his army, Simon and Joseph, and Jonathan, giving to each one 1,500 men. And after the holy book had been read to them by Esdras, and he had given them for a watchword to help of God, himself leading the first band, he joined battle with Nicanor, and the Almighty being their helper, they slew above 9,000 men, and having wounded and disabled the greater part of Nicanor's army, they obliged them to fly, and they took the money of them that came to buy them, and they pursued them on every side, but they came back for a want of time, for it was the day before the Sabbath, and therefore they did not continue the pursuit. But when they had gathered together their arms and their spoils, they kept the Sabbath, blessing the Lord who had delivered them that day, distilling the beginning of mercy upon them. Then after the Sabbath they divided the spoils to the feeble, and the orphans and the widows, and the rest they took for themselves and their servants. When this was done, they had all made a common supplication. They besought the merciful Lord to be reconciled to his servants unto the end. Moreover, they slew above 20,000 of them that were with Timotheus and Bacchidas, who fought them. And they made themselves masters of the high strongholds, and they divided amongst them many spoils, giving equal portions to the feeble, the fatherless, and the widows, yea, and the aged also. When they had carefully gathered together their arms, they laid them all up in convenient places, and the residue of their spoils they carried to Jerusalem. They slew also Philachus, who was with Timotheus, a wicked man, who had many ways afflicted the Jews. And when they kept the feast of the victory at Jerusalem, they burnt Callisthenes, and had set fire to the holy gates, who had taken refuge in a certain house, rendering to him a worthy reward for his impieties. But as for the most wicked man, Nicanor, who had brought 1,000 merchants to the sale of the Jews, being through the help of the Lord brought down by them of whom he had made no account, laying aside his garment of glory, fleeing through the midland country, he came alone to Antioch, being rendered very unhappy by the destruction of his family. And he that had promised to levy the tribute for the Romans by the means of the captives of Jerusalem, now professed that the Jews had God for their protector, and therefore they could not be hurt, because they followed the laws appointed by him. At that time Antiochus returned with this honor out of Persia, for he had entered into the city called Persepolis, and attempted to rob the temple, and to oppress the city. But the multitude running together to arms put them to flight. And so it fell out that Antiochus, being put to flight, returned with disgrace. Now when he was come about Ecbatana, he received the news of what had happened to Nicanor and Timotheus, and swelling with anger, he thought to revenge upon the Jews the injury done by them that had put him to flight, and therefore he commanded his chariot to be driven, without stopping in his journey, the judgment of heaven urging him forward, because he had spoken so proudly that he would come to Jerusalem and make it a common burying place of the Jews. But the Lord, the God of Israel, that seeth all things, struck him with an incurable and invisible plague. For as soon as he had ended these words, a dreadful pain in his bowels came upon him, and bitter torments of the inner parts. And indeed, very justly, seeing he had tormented the bowels of others with many and new torments, albeit he by no means ceased from his malice. Moreover, being filled with pride, breathing out fire in his rage against the Jews, and commanding the matter to be hastened, it happened, as he was going with violence, that he fell from the chariot, so that his limbs were much pained by a grievous bruising of the body. Thus he that seemed to himself to command even the waves of the sea, being proud above the condition of man, and to weigh the heights of the mountains in a balance, now being cast down to the ground, was carried in a litter, bearing witness to the manifest power of God in himself, so that worms swarmed out of the body of this man, and whilst he lived in sorrow and pain, his flesh fell off, and the filthiness of his smell was noisome to the army. And the man that thought a little before he could reach to the stars of heaven, no man could endure to carry for the intolerable stench. And by this means, being brought from his great pride, he began to come to the knowledge of himself, being admonished by the scourge of God, his pains increasing every moment. And when he himself could not now abide his own stench, he spoke thus: "It is just to be subject to God, and that a mortal man should not equal himself to God." Then this wicked man prayed to the Lord, of whom he was not like to obtain mercy. And the city to which he was going in haste, to lay it even with the ground, and to make it a common burying place, he now desireth to make free. And the Jews whom he said he would not account worthy to be so much as buried, but would give them up to be devoured by the birds and wild beasts, and would utterly destroy them with their children, he now promiseth to make equal with the Athenians. The holy temple also, which before he had spoiled, he promiseth to adorn with goodly gifts, to multiply the holy vessels, and to allow out of his revenues the charges pertaining to the sacrifices. Yea, also, that he would become a Jew himself, and would go through every place of the earth, and declare the power of God. But his pains not ceasing, for the just judgment of God was come upon him, despairing of life, he wrote to the Jews in the manner of supplication a letter in these words: "To his very good subjects the Jews, Antiochus king and ruler wiseth, much health and wealth there and happiness. If you and your children are well, and if all matters go with you to your mind, we give very great thanks. As for me, being infirm, but yet kindly remembering you, returning out of the places of Persia, and being taken with a grievous disease, I thought it necessary to take care for the common good, not disturbing my life, but having great hope to escape the sickness. But considering that my father also, at what time he led an army into the higher countries, appointed who should reign over him, to the end that if anything contrary to expectation should fall out, or any bad tidings should be brought, they that were in the countries, knowing to whom the whole government was left, might not be troubled. Moreover, considering that neighboring princes and borderers wait for opportunities and expect what shall be the event, I have appointed my son Antiochus king, whom I often recommend to many of you, when I went into the higher provinces, and I have written to him that I have adjoined here below. I pray you therefore, and request of you, that remembering favors both public and private, you will every man of you continue to be faithful to me and to my son, for I trust that he will behave with moderation and humanity, and following my intentions, will be gracious unto you. Thus the murderer and blasphemer, being grievously struck, as himself had treated others, died a miserable death in a strange country, among the mountains. But Philip that was brought up with him carried away his body, and out of fear of the son of Antiochus, went into Egypt to Ptolemy Philometor. But Maccabees and they that were with him, by the protection of the Lord, recovered the temple and the city again. But he threw down the altars which the heathens had set up in the streets, as also the temples of the idols, and having purified the temple, they made another altar, and taking fire out of the fiery stones, they offered sacrifices after 2 years, and set forth incense in lamps, and the loaves of proposition. And when they had done these things, they besought the Lord, lying prostrate on the ground, that they might no more fall into such evils, but if they should at any time sin, that they might be chastised by him more gently, and not be delivered up to the barbarians and blasphemous men. Now upon the same day that the temple had been polluted by the strangers, on the very same day it was cleansed again, to wit, on the 25th day of the month of Casleu. And they kept 8 days with joy, after the manner of the Feast of the Tabernacles, remembering that not long before they had kept the Feast of the Tabernacles, when they were in the mountains and in the dens like wild beasts. Therefore they now carried bows and green branches and palms for him that had given them good success in cleansing his place. And they ordained by a common statute and decree that all the nation of the Jews should keep those days every year. And this was the end of Antiochus, that was called the Illustrious. But now we will relate the acts of Eupator, the son of that wicked Antiochus, abridging the account of the evils that happened in the wars. For when he was come to the crown, he appointed over the affairs of his realm one Lysias, general of the army of Phoenicia and Syria. For Ptolemy, that was called Machir, was determined to be strictly just to the Jews, and especially by reason of the wrong that had been done them, and to deal peaceably with them. But being accused for this to Eupator by his friends, and being oftentimes called a traitor, because he had left Cyprus with Philometor, and committed to him, and coming over to Antiochus the Illustrious, had revolted also from him, he put an end to his life by poison. But Gorgias, who was governor of the holds, taking with him the strangers, often fought against the Jews, and the Jews that occupied the most commodious hold received those that were driven out of Jerusalem, and attempted to make war. Then they that were with Maccabees, beseeching the Lord by prayers to be their helper, made a strong attack upon the strongholds of the Idumeans, and assaulting them with great force, won the holds and killed them that came in the way, and slew altogether no fewer than 20,000. And whereas some were fled into very strong towers, having all manner of provision to sustain a siege, Maccabees left Simon and Joseph and Zacchaeus, and them that were with them in sufficient number to besiege them, and departed to those expeditions which urged more. Now they that were with Simon, being led with covetousness, were persuaded for the sake of money by some that were in the towers, and taken 70,000 didrachmas, let some of them escape. But when it was told Maccabeus what was done, he assembled the rulers of the people and accused those men that they had sold their brethren for money, having let their adversaries escape. So he put these traitors to death, and forthwith took the 2 towers. And having good success in arms in all things he took in his hand, he slew more than 20,000 in the 2 holds. But Timotheus, who before had been overcome by the Jews, having called together a multitude of foreign troops, and assembled horsemen out of Asia, came as though he would take Judea by force of arms. But Maccabeus and they that were with him, when he drew near, prayed to the Lord, sprinkling earth upon their heads, and girding their loins with haircloth, and lying prostrate at the foot of the altar, besought him to be merciful to them, and to be an enemy to their enemies, and an adversary to their adversaries, as the law saith. And so after prayer, taking their arms, they went forth further from the city, and when they were come very near the enemies, they rested. But as soon as the sun was risen, both sides joined battle, the one part having with their valor the Lord for a surety of victory and success, but the other side making their rage their leader in battle. But when they were in the heat of the engagement, there appeared to the enemies from heaven 5 men upon horses, comely with golden bridles, conducting the Jews, 2 of whom took Maccabeus between them, and covered him on every side with their arms, and kept him safe, but cast darts and fireballs against the enemy, so that they fell down, being both confounded with blindness and filled with trouble. And there were slain 20,500, and 600 horsemen. But Timotheus fled into Gazara, at a stronghold, where Carius was governor. Then Maccabeus and they that were with him cheerfully laid siege to the fortress 4 days. But they that were within, trusting the strength of the place, blasphemed exceedingly, and cast forth abominable words. But when the 5th day appeared, 20 young men of them that were with Maccabeus, inflamed in their minds because of the blasphemy, approached manfully to the wall, and pushing forward with fierce courage, got up upon it. Moreover, others also getting up after them, went to set fire to the towers and the gates, to burn the blasphemers alive. And having for 2 days together pillaged and sacked the fortress, they killed Timotheus, who was found hid in a certain place. They slew also his brother Carius and Apollophanes. And when this was done, they blessed the Lord with hymns and thanksgiving, who had done great things in Israel, and given them the victory. A short time after this, Lysias, the king's lieutenant and cousin, and who had chief charge over all the affairs, being greatly displeased with what had happened, gathered together 80,000 men, and all the horsemen, and came against the Jews, thinking to take the city and make it a habitation of the Gentiles, and to make a gain of the temple as of the other temples of the Gentiles, and to set the high priesthood to sale every year, never considering the power of God, but puffed up in mind, and trusting in the multitude of his foot soldiers, and the thousands of his horsemen, and his 80 elephants. So he came into Judea, and approaching to Bethsura, which was in a narrow place, the space of 5 furlongs from Jerusalem, he laid siege to that fortress. But when Maccabeus and they that were with him understood that the strongholds were besieged, they and all the people besought the Lord with lamentations and tears, that he would send the good angel to save Israel. Then Maccabeus himself, first taking his arms, exhorted the rest to expose themselves together with him to the danger, and to succor their brethren. And when they were going forth together with a willing mind, there appeared at Jerusalem a horseman going before them in white clothing, with golden armor, shaking a spear, Then they all together blessed the merciful Lord, and took great courage, being ready to break through not only men, but also the fiercest beasts, and walls of iron. So they went on courageously, having a helper from heaven, and who showed mercy to them. And rushing violently upon the enemy, like lions, they slew of them 11,000 footmen, and 1,600 horsemen, and put all the rest to flight. Many of them being wounded, escaped naked. Yea, and Lysias himself fled away shamefully, and escaped. And as he was a man of understanding, considering with himself the loss he had suffered, and perceiving that the Hebrews could not be overcome, because they relied upon the help of the Almighty God, he sent to them and promised that he would agree to all things that are just, and that he would persuade the king to be their friend. Then Maccabees consented to the request of Lysias, providing for the common good in all things. And whatsoever Maccabees wrote to Lysias concerning the Jews, the king allowed of. For there were letters written to the Jews from Lysias to this effect: Lysias to the people of the Jews, greeting. John and Absalom, who were sent from you, delivering your writings, requested that I would accomplish those things which were signified by them. Therefore whatsoever things could be reported to the king, I have represented to him, and he hath granted as much as the matter permitted. If therefore you will keep yourselves loyal in affairs, hereafter also I will endeavor to be a means of your good. But as concerning other particulars, I have given orders by word both to these, and to them that are sent by me, to commune with you. Fare ye well in the year 148, the 24th day of the month of Dioscurus. But the king's letter contained these words: King Antiochus, to Lysias' brother, greeting. Our father being translated amongst the gods, we are desirous that they that are in our realm should live quietly, and apply themselves diligently to their own concerns. And we have heard that the Jews would not consent to my father to turn to the rites of the Greeks, but that they would keep to their own manner of living, and therefore that they request us to allow them to live after their own laws. Wherefore, being desirous that this nation also should be at rest, we have ordained and decreed that the temple should be restored to them, and that they may live according to the custom of their ancestors. Thou shalt do well, therefore, to send to them, and grant them peace, that our pleasure being known, they may be of good comfort, and look to their own affairs. But the king's letter to the Jews was in this manner: King Antiochus, in the senate of the Jews, and to the rest of the Jews, greeting. If you are well, you are as we desire. We ourselves also are well. Menelaus came to us, saying that you desire to come down to your countrymen that are with us. We grant, therefore, a safe conduct to all that come and go, until the 13th day of the month of Xanthicus, that the Jews may use their own kind of meats, and their own laws as before. Let none of them any manner of ways be molested for things which have been done by ignorance. And we have sent also Menelaus to speak to you. Fare ye well in the year 148, the 15th day of the month of Xanthicus. The Romans also sent them a letter to this effect: Quintus Memmius and Titus Manilius, ambassadors of the Romans to the people of the Jews, greeting. Whatsoever Lysias, the king's cousin, hath granted you, we also have granted. But touching such things as he thought should be referred to the king, after you have diligently conferred among yourselves, send someone forthwith, that we may decree as it is convenient for you, for we are going to Antioch. And therefore make haste to write back, that we may know of what mind you are. Fare ye well in the year 148, the 15th day of the month of Xanthicus. When these covenants were made, Lysias went to the king, and the Jews gave themselves to husbandry. But they that were behind, namely Timotheus and Apollinus, the son of Genius, also Hieronymus and Demophon, And besides them, Nicanor, the governor of Cyprus, would not suffer them to live in peace and to be quiet. The men at Joppa also were guilty of this kind of wickedness. They desired the Jews who dwelt among them to go with their wives and children into the boats which they had prepared, as though they had no enmity to them, which when they had consented to, according to the common decree of the city, suspecting nothing because of the peace, when they were gone forth into the deep, they drowned no fewer than 200 of them. But as soon as Judas heard of this cruelty done to his countrymen, he commanded the men that were with him, and after having called upon God the just judge, he came against those murderers of his brethren, and set the haven on fire in the night, burnt the boats, and slew with the sword them that escaped from the fire. And when he had done these things in this manner, he departed as if he would return again, and root out all the Joppites. But when he understood that the men of Jamnia also designed to do in like manner to the Jews that dwelt among them, he came upon the Jamnites also by night, and set the haven on fire with the ships, so that the light of the fire was seen at Jerusalem 240 furlongs off. And when they were now gone from thence 9 furlongs, and were marching towards Timotheus, 5,000 footmen and 500 horsemen of the Arabians set upon them. And after a hard fight, in which, by the help of God, they got the victory, the rest of the Arabians being overcome besought Judas for peace, promising to give him pastures, and to assist him in other things. And Judas, thinking that they might be profitable indeed in many things, promised them peace. And after having joined hands, they departed to their tents. He also laid siege to a certain strong city, encompassed with bridges and walls, inhabited by multitudes of different nations, the name of which is Casphim. But they that were within it, trusting in the strength of the walls and the provision of the victuals, behaved in a more negligent manner, and provoked Judas with railing and blasphemy, and uttering such words as were not to be spoken. But Maccabees, calling upon the great Lord of the world, who without any rams or engines of war threw down the walls of Jericho in the time of Joshua, fiercely assaulted the walls. And having taken the city by the will of the Lord, he made an unspeakable slaughter, so that a pool adjoining of 2 furlongs broad seemed to run with the blood of the slain. From thence they departed 750 furlongs, and came to Caraca, to the Jews that are called Tubianites. But as for Timotheus, they found him not in those places, for before he had dispatched anything, he went back, having left a very strong garrison in a certain hold. But Dositheus and Sosipater, who were captains with Maccabees, slew them that were left by Timotheus in the hold, to the number of 10,000 men. And Maccabees, having set in order about him 6,000 men, and divided them by bands, went forth against Timotheus, who had with him 120,000 footmen and 2,500 horsemen. Now when Timotheus had knowledge of the coming of Judas, he sent the women and children and the other baggage before him into the fortress called Carnion, for it was impregnable and hard to come at, by reason of the straitness of the places. But when the first band of Judas came in sight, the enemies were struck with fear by the presence of God, who seeth all things, and they were put to flight one from another, so that they were often thrown down by their own companions, and wounded with the strokes of their own swords. But Judas was vehemently earnest in punishing the profane, of whom he slew 30,000 men, and Timotheus himself fell into the hands of the band of Dositheus and Sosipater, and with many prayers he besought them to let him go with his life, because he had the parents and brethren of many of the Jews, who by his death might happen to be deceived. And when he had given his faith that he would restore them according to the agreement, they let him go without hurt for the saving of their brethren. Then Judas went away to Carnion, where he slew 25,000 persons, and after he had put to flight and destroyed these, had removed his army to Ephron, a strong city, wherein there dwelt a multitude of divers nations, and stout young men standing upon the walls made a vigorous resistance, and in this place there were many engines of war, and a provision of dogs. But when they had invocated the Almighty, who with his power breaketh in strength of the enemies, they took the city, and slew 25,000 of them that were within. From thence they departed to Scythopolis, which lieth 600 furlongs from Jerusalem. But the Jews that were among the Scythopolitans, testifying that they were used kindly by them, that even in times of their adversity they had treated them with humanity, they gave them thanks, exhorting them to be still friendly to their nation. And so they came to Jerusalem, the feast of the weeks being at hand. And after Pentecost they marched against Gorgias, the governor of Idumea. And he came out with 3,000 footmen and 400 horsemen. And when they had joined battle, it happened that a few of the Jews were slain. But Dositheus, a horseman, one of Barcanor's band, a valiant man, took hold of Gorgias, and when he would have taken him alive, a certain horseman of the Thracians came upon him, and cut off his shoulder, and so Gorgias escaped to Maresa. But when they that were with Esther had fought long, were weary, Judas called upon the Lord to be their helper and leader of the battle. Then beginning in his own language, and singing hymns with a loud voice, he put Gorgias' soldiers to flight. So Judas, having gathered together his army, came into the city Adullam. And when the 7th day came, they purified themselves according to the custom, and kept the Sabbath in the place. And the day following, Judas came with his company, to take away the bodies of them that were slain, and to bury them with their kinsmen in the sepulchres of their fathers. And they found under the coats of the slain some of the donaries of the idols of Jamnia, which the law forbiddeth to the Jews, so that all plainly saw that for this cause they were slain. Then they all blessed the just judgment of the Lord, who had discovered the things that were hidden, and so betaking themselves to prayers, they besought him that the sin which had been committed might be forgotten. But the most valiant Judas exhorted the people to keep themselves from sin, forasmuch as they saw before their eyes that had happened, because of the sins of those that were slain. And making a gathering, he sent 12,000 drachms of silver to Jerusalem for sacrifice, to be offered to the sins of the dead, thinking well and religiously concerning the resurrection. For if he had not hoped that there were slain who should rise again, it would have seemed superfluous and vain to pray for the dead. And because he considered that they who had fallen asleep with godliness had great grace laid up for them, it is therefore a holy and wholesome thought to pray for the dead, that they may be loosed from sins. In the year 149, Judas understood that Antiochus Eupator was coming with a multitude against Judea, and with him Lysias the regent, who had charge over the affairs of the realm, having with him 110,000 footmen, 5,000 horsemen, 22 elephants, and 300 chariots armed with hooks. Menelaus, who also joined himself with them, and with great deceitfulness besought Antiochus, not for the welfare of his country, but in the hopes that he should be appointed chief ruler. But the King of Kings stirred up to the mind of Antiochus against the sinner, and upon Lysias suggesting that he was the cause of all the evils, he commanded, as the custom is with them, that he should be apprehended and put to death in the same place. Now there was in that place a tower 50 cubits high, having a heap of ashes on every side. This had a prospect steep down. From thence he commanded the sacrilegious wretch to be thrown down into the ashes, all men thrusting him forward unto death. And by such a law it happened that Menelaus, the transgressor of the law, was put to death, not having so much as burial in the earth, and indeed very justly, for insomuch as he had committed many sins against the altar of God, the fire and ashes of which were holy, he was condemned to die in ashes. But the king, with his mind full of rage, came on to show himself worse to the Jews than his father was, which when Judas understood, he commanded the people to call upon the Lord day and night, that as he had always done, so now also he would help them, because they were afraid to be deprived of the law and of their country and of the holy temple, and that he would not suffer the people that had of late taken breath for a little while to be again in subjection to blasphemous nations. So when they had all done this together, and had carved mercy of the Lord with weeping and fasting, lying prostrate on the ground for 3 days continually, Judas exhorted them to make themselves ready. But he, with the ancients, determined, before the king should bring his army into Judea, and make himself master of the city, to go out, and to commit the event of the thing to the judgment of the Lord. So committing all to God, the Creator of the earth, and having exhorted his people to fight manfully, and to stand up even to the death for the laws, the temple, the city, the country, and citizens, he placed his army about Modin, and having given his company for a watchword, the victory of God, which most valiant chosen young men, he set upon the king's quarter by night, and slew 4,000 men in the camp, and the greatest of the elephants, with them that had been upon him. And having filled the camp of the enemies with exceeding great fear and tumult, they went off with good success. Now this was done at the break of day, by the protection and help of the Lord. But the king, having taken a taste of the hardiness of the Jews, attempted to take the strong places by policy, and he marched with his army to Bethsura, which was a stronghold of the Jews, but he was repulsed, he failed, he lost his men. Now Judas sent necessaries to them that were within. But Rhodocus, one of the Jews' army, disclosed the secrets to the enemies, so he was sought out and taken up and put in prison. Again the king treated with them that were in Bethsura, gave his right hand, took theirs, and went away. He fought with Judas, and was overcome. And when he understood that Philip, who had been left over the affairs, had rebelled at Antioch, he was in a consternation of mind, and entreating the Jews, and yielding to them, he swore to all things that seemed reasonable, being reconciled, offered sacrifices, honored the temple, and left gifts. He embraced Maccabees, and made him governor and prince from Ptolemais unto the Geronians. But when he was come to Ptolemais, the men of that city were much displeased with the conditions of the peace, being angry for fear they should break the covenant. Then Lysias went up to the judgment seat, and set forth the reason, and appeased the people, and returned to Antioch. And thus matters went with regard to the king's coming and his return. But after the space of 3 years, Judas, and they that were with him, understood that Demetrius, the son of Seleucus, was come up with a great power, and a navy by the haven of Tripolis, to places proper of his purpose, and had made himself master of the countries against Antiochus, and his general Lysias. Now one Alcimus, who had been chief priest, but had wilfully defiled himself in the time of mingling with the heathens, seeing that there was no safety for him, nor access to the altar, came to King Demetrius in the year 150, presenting unto him a crown of gold and a palm, and besides these some bows which seemed to belong to the temple. And that day indeed he held his peace, but having gotten a convenient time to further his madness, being called to counsel by Demetrius, and asked what the Jews relied upon, and what were their counsels, he answered thereunto. They among the Jews that are called Assyrians, of whom Judas Maccabeus is captain, nourish wars and raise seditions, and will not suffer the realm to be in peace. For I also, being deprived of my ancestors' glory, I mean of the high priesthood, am now come hither, principally indeed out of fidelity to the king's interests, but in the next place also to provide for the good of my countrymen, for all our nation suffereth much from the evil proceedings of those men. Wherefore, O king, seeing thou knowest of all these things, take care, I beseech thee, both of the country and of our nation, according to thy humanity which is known to all men. For as long as Judas liveth, it is not possible that the state should be quiet. Now, when this man had spoken to this effect, the rest also of the king's friends, who were enemies of Judas, incensed Demetrius against him, and forthwith he sent Nicanor, the commander over the elephants, governor into Judea, giving him in charge to take Judas himself, and disperse all them that were with him, and to make Alchemus the high priest of the great temple. Then the Gentiles who had fled out of Judea from Judas came to Nicanor by flocks, thinking the miseries and calamities of the Jews to be the welfare of their affairs. Now when the Jews heard of Nicanor's coming, and that the nations were assembled against them, they cast earth upon their heads and made supplication to him, who chose his people to keep them forever, and who protected his portion by evident signs. Then at the commandment of their captain, they forthwith removed from the place where they were, and went to the town of Desor to meet them. Now Simon the brother of Judas had joined battle with Nicanor, but was frightened with the sudden coming of the adversaries. Nevertheless Nicanor, hearing of the valor of Judas's companions, and the greatness of courage with which they fought for the country, was afraid to try the matter by the sword. Wherefore he sent Posidonius, and Theodotius, and Matthias before to present and receive the right hands. And when there had been a consolation thereupon, and the captain had acquainted to the multitude with it, they were all of one mind to consent to covenants. So they appointed a day upon which they might commune together by themselves, and seats were brought out, and set for each one. But Judas ordered men to be ready in convenient places, lest some mischief might be suddenly practiced by the enemies. So they made an agreeable conference. Nicanor abode in Jerusalem, and did no wrong, but sent away the flocks of the multitudes that had been gathered together. And Judas was always dear to him from the heart, and he was well affected to the man. And he desired him to marry a wife, and to have children. So he married, and lived quietly, and they lived in common. But Alchemus, seeing the love they had one to another, and the covenants, came to Demetrius, and told him that Nicanor assented to the foreign interest, for that he meant to make Judas, who was a traitor to the kingdom, his successor. And the king, being in a rage provoked with his man's wicked accusations, wrote to Nicanor, signifying that he was greatly displeased with the covenant of friendship, and that he commanded him nevertheless to send Maccabees prisoner in all haste to Antioch. When this was known, Nicanor was in a consternation, and took it grievously that he should make void the articles that were agreed upon, having received no injury from the man, but because he could not oppose the king, he watched an opportunity to comply with the others. But when Maccabees perceived that Nicanor was more stern to him, and that when they met together as usual he behaved himself in a rough manner, and was sensible that this rough behavior came not of good, and gathered together a few of his men, and hid himself from Nicanor. But he, finding himself notably prevented by the man, came to the great and holy temple, commanded the priests that were offering the accustomed sacrifices to deliver him the man. And when they swore unto him that they knew not where the man was whom he sought, he stretched out his hand to the temple, and swore, saying, Unless you deliver Judas prisoner to me, I will lay this temple of God even with the ground, and will beat down the altar, and I will dedicate this temple to Bacchus. And when he had spoken thus, he departed. But the priests, stretching forth their hands to heaven, called upon him that was ever the defender of their nation, saying in this manner, Thou, O Lord of all things, who wantest nothing, wast pleased that the temple of thy habitation should be amongst us. Therefore now, O Lord, the Holy of all holies, keep this house forever undefiled, which was lately cleansed. Now Razias, one of the ancients of Jerusalem, was accused to Nicanor, a man that was a lover of the city, and of good report, who for his affection was called the father of the Jews. This man for a long time had held fast his purpose of keeping himself pure in the Jews' religion, and was ready to expose his body and life, that he might preserve therein. So Nicanor, being willing to declare the hatred that he bore the Jews, sent 500 soldiers to take him, for he thought by ensnaring him to hurt the Jews very much. Now as the multitude sought to rush into his house, and to break open the door, and to set fire to it, When he was ready to be taken, he struck himself with his sword, choosing to die nobly rather than to fall into the hands of the wicked, and to suffer abuses becoming his noble birth. But whereas through haste he missed of giving himself a sure wound, and the crowd was breaking into the doors, he ran boldly to the wall and manfully threw himself down to the crowd. But they quickly making room for his fall, he came upon the midst of the neck. And as he had yet breath in him, being inflamed in mind, he rose, and while his blood ran down with a great stream, and he was grievously wounded, he ran through the crowd, and standing upon a steep rock, when he was now almost without blood, grasping his bowels with both hands, he cast them upon the throng, calling upon the Lord of life and spirit to restore these to him again, and so he departed this life. But when Nicanor understood that Judas was in the places of Samaria, he purposed to set upon him with all violence on the Sabbath day. And when the Jews that were constrained to follow him said, "Do not act so fiercely and barbarously, but give honor to the day that is sanctified, and reverence him that beholdeth all things," that unhappy man asked if there were a mighty one in heaven that had commanded the Sabbath day to be kept. And when they answered, "There is the living Lord himself in heaven, the mighty one, that commandeth the seventh day to be kept," then he said, "And I am mighty upon the earth, and I command to take arms and to do the king's business." Nevertheless he prevailed not to accomplish his design. So Nicanor, being puffed up with exceeding great pride, thought to set up a public monument of his victory over Judas. But Maccabees ever trusted with all hope that God would help them, and he exhorted his people not to fear the coming of the nations, but to remember the help they had before received from heaven, and now to hope for victory from the Almighty. And speaking to them out of the law and the prophets, and withal putting them in mind of the battles they had fought before, he made them more cheerful. Then, after he had encouraged them, he showed withal the falsehood of the Gentiles in their breach of oaths. So he armed every one of them, not with defiance of shield and spear, but with very good speeches and exhortations, and told them a dream worthy to be believed, whereby he rejoiced them all. Now the vision was in this manner. Onias, who had been a high priest, a good and virtuous man, modest in his looks, gentle in his manners, and graceful in his speech, and who from a child was exercised in virtues, holding up his hands, prayed for all the people of the Jews. After this there appeared also another man, admirable for age and glory, and environed with great beauty and majesty. Then Onias, answering, said, "This is a lover of his brethren, and of the people of Israel. This is he that prayeth much for the people, for all the holy city, Jeremias the prophet of God." Whereupon Jeremiah stretched forth his right hand, and gave to Judas a sword of gold, saying, "Take this holy sword, a gift from God, wherewith thou shalt overthrow the adversaries of my people Israel." Thus being exhorted with the words of Judas, which were very good, and proper to stir up the courage, and strengthen the hearts of the young men, they resolved to fight, and to set upon them manfully, that valor might decide the matter, because the holy city and the temple were in danger. For their concern was less for their wives and children, and for their brethren and kinsfolks, but their greatest and principal fear was for the holiness of the temple. And they also that were in the city had no little concern for them that were to be engaged in battle. And now, when all expected that judgment would be given, the enemies were at hand, and the army was set in array, the beasts and the horsemen ranged in convenient places, Maccabees, considering the coming of the multitude and the divers preparations of armor, and the fierceness of the beasts, stretching out his hands to heaven, called upon the Lord that worketh wonders, who giveth victory to them that are worthy, not according to the power of their arms, but according as it seemeth good to him. And in his prayer he said after this manner, "Thou, O Lord, who didst send thy angel in the time of Hezekiah king of Judah, and didst kill 185,000 of the army of Sennacherib, send now also, O Lord of heaven, thy good angel before us, for the fear and dread of the greatness of thy arm, that they may be afraid who come with blasphemy against thy holy people. And thus he concluded his prayer. But Nicanor and they that were with him came forward with trumpets and songs. But Judas and they that were with him encountered them, calling upon God by prayers, so fighting with their hands, but praying to the Lord with their hearts. They slew no less than 35,000, being greatly cheered with the presence of God. And when the battle was over, and they were returning with joy, they understood that Nicanor was slain in his armor. Then, making a shout and a great noise, they blessed the Almighty Lord in their own language. And Judas, who was altogether ready, in body and mind, to die for his countrymen, commanded that Nicanor's head and his hand with the shoulder should be cut off, and carried to Jerusalem. When he was come thither, having called together his countrymen and the priests to the altar, he sent also for them that were in the castle, and showing them the head of Nicanor, and the wicked man, and the wicked hand, which he had stretched out with proud boasts against the holy house of the Almighty God, he commanded also that the tongue of the wicked Nicanor should be cut out and given by pieces to birds, and the hand of the furious man to be hanged up over against the temple. Then all blessed the Lord of heaven, saying, Blessed be he that hath kept his own place undefiled. And he hung up Nicanor's head in the top of the castle, that it might be an evident and manifest sign of the help of God. And they all ordained by a common decree by no means to let this day pass without solemnity, but to celebrate the 13th day of the month of Adar, called in the Syrian language the day before Mordecai's day. So these things being done with relation to Nicanor, and from that time the city being possessed by the Hebrews, I also will here make an end of my narration, which if I have done well, and as it becometh the history, it is what I desired. But if not so perfectly, it must be pardoned me, for as it is hurtful to drink always wine, or always water, but pleasant to use sometimes the one, and sometimes the other, so if the speech be always nicely framed, it will not be grateful to the readers. But here it shall be ended. All right. So there we go. We finished the Maccabees. We finished Esther. That was a really long one. I was not expecting the Maccabees to be that long because there's not that many chapters in each of them, but the chapters, especially in First Maccabees, are quite long. You've got like almost 60 verses in a lot of those chapters. That was an interesting sort of moment of history, I should say. And I can see why the Catholics keep it in there for their doctrine of praying to the dead, as was referenced in Second Maccabees, I believe. And sort of, why they have more of a focus on the idea of purgatory. It makes sense now to me. Not that I necessarily agree with it, but Alright, well, that's the end of today's 30-day challenge. I'll see you in the next video as we explore Job together.